Having a mic issue on Mr. Cuellar.
Okay, it works now.
What'd you do?
He muted it and then unmuted it again, I guess. Guess we could have just kept going.
All right then. Turn it off and turn it back on again.
It's now 6:30. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of School Board of Trustees for Princeton Independent School District for February 23rd, 2026. On behalf of the Princeton ISD School Board, the Superintendent Donald McIntyre and I would like to welcome you all. The subjects to be discussed are considered upon which any formal action may be taken are listed on the agenda posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Items do not have to be taken in the same order as shown in the meeting notice unless removed from the consent agenda and identified within the consent agenda will be acted at one time. We will now move to agenda item number 2. If you would, please stand for the pledge. Ms. Cindy, if you'll please prepare us for the work we're about to do.
Dear Heavenly Father, I pray for our nation. Bless and protect those brave U.S. patriots in harm's way. We praise you for the sacrifices being made by our students, teachers, parents, administrators, and board to make Princeton ISD a most excellent school district. Give us the wisdom and courage to keep showing up for the daily battles and give us an unshakable faith. Please be with us as we go forward tonight, making plans for our district to be successful in raising leaders for our communities and nation. Please lead us in wisdom as we serve others. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We'll move on to consent agenda item number 4, student recognitions. Tonight we'll be honoring the PHS wrestling team and Claw Crew dance for their outstanding performances at state level.
Mr. De Laverne, will you join us at the mic, please?
We good? Yeah? Okay. Hi, I'm Ryan De Laverne. I've had the privilege of being the head wrestling coach here for the last 9 years. Tonight we've got 2 wrestlers. I think they're both here. Yes, okay, great. Awesome. 2 wrestlers that are here to be honored. First is Aaron Marquez. Aaron was 3rd in district, 3rd in region, and just 1 match shy of placing at state for her senior year. And second is Addison Smith. Addison was a district champion, a regional champion, and placed 5th in the state of Texas.
The board would like to recognize Ms. Erin Marquez for state wrestling quarterfinal.
Mr. De Laverne, just clarifications. You said you've been coaching wrestling here for 9 years? Yes. And how many of those 9 years have we had kids make it to the state meet?
Every year, sir.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
We'll move on to the birthday crew. Oh,
Well, it is kind of the birthday crew, right? So, Ms. Angie Lockman, will you please come and join us? And should we all sing happy birthday one more time, or have we got you enough today?
Thank you for having me today and allowing me to celebrate my birthday with y'all. My name is Tangi Lockman. I'm honored to be the Cloud Crew Dance Director and Coach. We are what you call the underdogs when we go to competition, as our students only start dancing competitively and get their skills as freshmen. So we go up against kids that have been dancing for a while, and because of the hard work of the team and the dedication and the hours and hours and hours that they put in, we are honored to have what is called win grand champion at our regional competition, which qualifies us for nationals, or in dance language, that is our state. So we head off this weekend to go to nationals to hopefully bring home another trophy for Princeton ISD and to represent against the whole state of Texas. So we're very excited, and we have our officers here tonight to be recognized for their hard work. We won grand champion for both team and officers. So they wanted to bring their big trophy. So I told them absolutely. So they're here to be represented tonight.
I have been a volunteer assistant coach for Claw Crew for 6 years now. And one of the things that I want to say about Claw Crew is watching this program when it first started 6 years ago, 6 years ago, with 5 girls to now having almost about 30 kids on the team. I mean, these kids, they put so much work into learning the routines and going out there at the competitions. I mean, they work so hard. So I have always, in the past 6 years, and that we've gone to all the competitions, we always see all the trophies and everything on the stage, and I'm like, man, I want that big one. I just want that big trophy, and we finally got it. So I'm so proud of these kids. So the school board recognizes Myra Boma. She's also Claw Crew's captain. Bring it. You got to bring up. Yep. Come on, bring it with you.
The board would also like to recognize Nancy Urua. Did I say it right? All right, good job.
We're so excited to recognize Pura Ako, national qualifier.
We would also like to recognize Taylor Tank.
And last but not least, we have Miss Amaya Johns. Congratulations.
We usually would make y'all stay and go through the whole rest of the meeting, but since it's your birthday, we're going to let all the groups leave. So we appreciate y'all for coming. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Tangi. Students, y'all are amazing. Thank you so much.
We will move on to agenda item number 5, public comments. Any person wishing to address the board during this period reserves for public comments at the board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with district policy BED local. The board is authorized to make reasonable limitations and regulations governing public comments. As such, the board will allow 3 minutes for all speakers if there are less than 10 speakers. If the number of participants exceeds 10 speakers, then each participant will receive 2 minutes to speak. The board will discuss agenda items later during the meeting during consideration. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board has adopted a complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest possible administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Each of these processes provides that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal to the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. For further information on those policies, contact the administration office at 469-952-5400 or our website, princetonisd.net. We do have one person wishing to speak for public comments, Ms. Charlotte Wilson.
Okay. Hi, I'm Charlotte Wilson. I'm a mom of 2 Princeton ISD students, soon to be high schooler and a middle schooler. I am also a teacher, special education, and I worked in this district as well for 1 year, most recently at James Elementary. Now, there are 2 things I want to speak about tonight. The first one being agenda item 15. I know we've spoke often about the MAP testing being added to middle schools. It's been brought up in meetings. I know it's something that's really important to some of you. I just want to stop real quick and just say a MAP expansion is a complex instructional design, right? It requires clear understanding. It's going to require us to have planning before implementation. It's going to cost more money. Not much, but it does cost more. And it's going to be something that requires a full intervention system. So MAP in the elementary level is working because we have AMI and ARI at every campus, which is a designated math and reading interventionist that can pull kids that are on the quadrants. I know in your curriculum updates, you're getting a lot of updates on the map. I feel like I'm sitting on PLC sometimes, but how will this move us beyond just producing reports and actually improving the students' learning? Because the middle school level, it's time constraint on blocks. The kids have 45 minutes. I asked my daughters before coming tonight, I said, so how often do the kids who need help get pulled out? What? Mom, we're not in elementary school. And then I went online and I saw that we don't have any interventionists in the middle school level. We have 1 instructional coach for English for 6th through 8th and 1 for math. I was floored with that. But I just want to make sure that we have a testing system along with the instructional design component that's going to be necessary for this kind of thing to be effective prior to spending the money and the time, because MAP is very time consuming. My daughter had P-STAR last week. They have interim P-STAR next week. So that's a lot of testing on top of what they're already doing and responsible for, as well as PSAT and everything else they're preparing for high school. Next, I wanted to address the LASSO LIFT grant. The e-grants window has been open since February 9th. It closes on April 2nd. That is, I believe, before your next board meeting. So I'm speaking tonight with you with urgency and opportunity. Strong LIFT grants, a strong implementation, what it's going to look like, it's going to have a core instructional component, which they call a high quality instructional material, HQIM, right? But if you read that grant online on TA's site, it's Bluebonnet, straightforward and back. I mean, we can sell it how we want, but it's going to be Bluebonnet, which is whatever. But Bluebonnet doesn't come with an intervention component, which is it has to be aligned to the same materials per the grant. Like I said, this is a multi-year commitment. This has specific expectations we're going to have to follow. It's a great opportunity. I love that Princeton's exploring this grant. It's a lot of money for curriculum, which is what we need. But what is the plan? Why are y'all not being presented the full plan? That's like signing a contract without reading the fine print. Let's make sure that we're making the best decisions for every child in Princeton and not just adding more testing without providing intervention for those teachers. Otherwise, it's going to fall on them, even with the groups made. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just for a couple of clarifications, as I shared with the board in the email today, we are not in an implementation grant for LASSO. We are in the planning stage. So we are not on a timeline to adopt any curriculum for next school year. We are looking at which HQIM document or products, which could be Bluebonnet or could be any other SBOE approved documentation. And that would be looking at an adoption for the 27-28 school year. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to consent agenda item number 6, information items. A construction update.
Right, good evening, Colton Barnes with Claycomb Architects. Here with construction update for March. The middle school and elementary that are currently in construction are coming to a close, or coming to the end. Here's an overall site of the middle school. And you can see we're roughly at 92% completion. Photos here, the previous photo showed some landscaping install that's in progress. The gym floor painting has begun, as you can see on the top right photo. And then just throughout the building, the final flooring, painting, other interior finishes are wrapping up, and we should see owner architect punch start next week. And then for Carroll Elementary, here's an overall site plan. Again, right around that 92% complete mark. The playground surface and hydromulch is in progress. Tile and flooring install is near completion. We had our first architect owner punch recently, and we have some additional ones scheduled. Again, this one is mostly just interior finishes that we're finishing up at this time. And then for the 2 new elementaries that have just kicked off, I'll show overall site plan of Abbott here, and then Tally here. These are photos from before spring break, so there's some more progress that isn't really represented, but both projects are overall site work, grading, prepping for grade beams and such for foundation work on those 2. Are there any questions?
Any questions? We'll move on to curriculum. Thank you, sir.
Hi, everybody. So we're just going to talk a little bit to you about, we just finished Practice Star right before we left for spring break. So our kiddos finished that up. So at the elementary campuses, after we got the STAR, had our data meetings, we're implementing a focus plan to support our STAR readiness through structured rock and review, which you'll hear us both talk about. That's coming straight from Lead Forward. That's what our teachers are using as some really great high instructional materials and activities activities to get the students engaged and ready to take the STAR test. Also, we're having a big targeted intervention on writing practice at the elementary level, as well as small group instruction, and really tying that into class time as well as pride time in both RLA and math. So overall, when you look at how the campuses did, multiple campuses demonstrated increases in the approaches, meets, and masters level in RLA. We also had several campuses that also showed those growth areas in STAR, but we did have some campuses that had, I will say, some surprising declines in some areas, and so we have already met specifically with everyone but on those campuses to target where we're going to have support. Also, for Pride Time, that's going to be used very specifically. We met with every campus and the teachers over their Academy Day to know the name and need of all their students, and so we're going to be using very TEAC-specific intervention and differentiation during Pride Time and during small group time during the class period. Also, walkthroughs that we're going to be doing with our administrators, with us as well as our coordinators, and then on their own, we're looking for them to reflect a consistent use of those small groups. They're going to go in specifically in times and look at those. Also, in math specifically, using problem solving and really working on that to get ready for STAR. Student engagement, along with strategies such as the writing boot camp that we've put in, and some very specific science review tools like what we're using in Rock and Review, and some other resources we've given them. Also, campuses are continuing to monitor behavior during this time. They're giving a lot of incentives, really trying to set up the kids and know their growth goals, and incentivizing them to do a great job and work hard leading up to STAR. We're also leveraging coaching, and our coordinators are going in to support some very strategic spots in order to ensure alignment and effective implementation across all the elementary schools. Okay.
Can we ask some questions?
You sure can. I didn't know if you wanted to. Yes.
You mentioned some surprising declines.
Yes.
What were those surprising declines?
Just at some campuses that have been performing a little bit higher in all the 9 weeks test and on MAP, we saw a couple of campuses that did not perform at the level that they have been, and so it was not an expected result.
We will be sending out those results for y'all to review. We did not have those packages prepared and ready to go before the package had to come out, and so I was not going to put in a package and then y'all not have time to review it. So we will have that for you and have an opportunity for y'all to ask any additional questions between now and the next board meeting, or at the next board meeting if you have them, okay?
I did have one more question. Yeah. The Rock and Review, is this what we're calling the review, or is this like a curriculum that we
That is the title. It
Okay.
is, and so it is from Lead Forward, and so we went to training. All of our instructional coaches went. We even had some campuses and some teachers, but all of our Academy Day, that is what they call it, is Rock and Review. It's Rockstar themed, so.
We try to make it fun.
and we're just rocking
Rock on. So middle and high school campuses have demonstrated academic progress on our P-STAR assessments with growth in RLA and math. We had stable performance and trends for our U.S. history and biology. In response to our data, campuses are implementing a plan that includes targeted small group instruction and intentional TEACS-based research aligned to Lead Forward's Rock and Review strategies that we recently provided to teachers at the Academy Day before spring break. The morning was spent training, making sure they had a good understanding of the lessons, and the afternoon was a make and take, which is like a gift to teachers when all the materials were provided. Instructional time is being strategically divided within our double block reading and math classes to balance high-impact TEACS review with differentiated support for individual student needs. Science and social studies teams are utilizing a comprehensive review cycle and boot camps that emphasize high-frequency standards, vocabulary development, and the application skill, while collaborative planning with their instructional coaches to ensure consistency across campuses. We also wanted to make sure that we supported our principals in these efforts and made sure that we aligned our review calendar that maps out content and review windows leading up to STAR so that we could ensure consistent implementation and monitoring across all campuses. so that what is being expected from our principals is also being expected from our instructional coach, which is also being expected across the district in all schools. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Thank you, ladies. Move on to enrollment update.
So I did email this out to you earlier today after we pulled the numbers so that you would have it. But just looking at their month to month, still seeing some growth, 30 kids. That number's probably a little faulty because I know, I believe Green and James both had some people come in and enroll today, but we'll be starting tomorrow. Ms. Gales, didn't I hear you had about 6 show up today to enroll? But they are probably not reflected on here yet because they won't be coming until tomorrow. And so up about 30 from month to month, but we've got more that are coming back as we finish spring break. So looking year to year, still running right at almost 1,500, so that growth has continued up there. You know, we were hovering at that 1,381, 1,389 for a while. We have continued to grow out through this year, which we saw a little dip at this point last year, and we haven't seen that dip be quite as big at this point. So still almost 1,500 kids up from last year to this year. And then if you compare that to our comparison, we're getting close to 400 kids over what we projected to be. So that's causing some tight spots in some areas, but our principals are working hard with our teachers to come up with good solutions and trying to do the best we can to make it through the end of the year.
Wow.
What do you consider tight spots? What an example of that?
An example, a bilingual class that's over 22 because we don't have the ability to hire another bilingual teacher now. So we've hired some extra paras in some of those spots to put another adult in the classroom to try to help so that we can relieve some of the stress of those numbers. Some other issues like that where some grade levels have just got up there to the 22 max. But at this point in the time, you know, we pretty much feel that in most cases, splitting kids and putting with a new teacher, especially at a younger grade level at this point in the year, usually does more harm than help. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to bring in some extra paras, some extra spots like that, people that we can still find, and use those to try to supplement what's happening in the classroom to make it the best situation we can.
So by ability, it's not necessarily maybe not having a candidate, it's us deciding that it might be best for that class to have paras in there instead of splitting them up.
Well, it's a little of both. I mean, depending on what the grade level is, you know, you could find a pre-K teacher today. You probably aren't finding a special ed self-contained or a bilingual teacher today. And so, but at what point is that going to be a viable solution? And there's not always the highest quality candidate looking for a job at this point in the year either. So we do have some of them posting and we do look at them and see, and then we make a decision based on what's available and what the position is on a case-by-case basis. But
How many classrooms are we looking at that are affected?
it's a great question. I can pull that data and email it to you to tell you exactly how many were over. Jonna, do you happen to know from when you looked at that sheet today? I thought we were at 4 and we had 5 coming. The 5th one was coming up.
Okay.
Give me a second. I can tell you if you want to talk amongst yourself for a few seconds.
We'll just wait. We'll just wait and look.
I think there may be, I'm just curious, I wonder if there is a hiring hiccup somewhere. I do still have a friend that applied back in February, certified bilingual. So I'm wondering, that's why I think my question is, have we completely decided to?
And the position she had done, we'd already pulled the trigger and done another solution by the time she applied. And so we'd already hired somebody else and found a solution. So, I mean,
And did that teacher start already then? So we did end up splitting that class to 2 teachers?
No, didn't we put a para into that position and hired somebody to put in there, correct?
So the solution was the para, not a, okay.
Is it, are you saying there's candidates out there that have applied and they're still, do we keep those in, like, do we keep those, like a list of those in case we do have something that comes up and reach, even though they? Okay.
I just wonder if they're getting lost, I guess, somewhere, like in the system, because she's certified bilingual, and she applied for that specific one. But that's why I guess my question is, have we decided the best plan is to stick to the para versus hiring a certified candidate, qualified candidate at that?
You mean like splitting the classroom?
Right, do we see more benefit, is that what I'm understanding? We see more benefit in keeping the class at that size and adding a para for that teacher? Or do we see more benefit?
And yes, I think there is a point in the year where we believe that is the best aspect for students, especially at a young age, that moving them and splitting classrooms and putting them with a new teacher can be a very excitable event for a younger student to get a new teacher, especially if they love their teacher. Nobody wants to leave the class they've been in all year long, so that sometimes is a factor. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I could see why that would be a concern. If it were earlier in the year, I think it's kind of a no-brainer, but coming down to almost the end of the year, it would be something to think about.
How many kids are we talking about in that class? Are we talking about a specific class, or?
I think you're saying 22 on,
I think we're at 24 in that class. Is that right? Thank you. How about that? I got a right number.
Is there a timeline that we follow, like whenever we are deciding this is the best for that class? Is that like March? Is it February? What's
Yeah,
the cutoff?
if we're not getting them in by the end of January and we're into February, typically that is the point that we're not making a trade.
By the end of January. So that's still February, March, April, May, 4 months. I do have to respectfully disagree. I think it is always best if we can get a candidate to get in there and help those kiddos.
I respect your opinion.
I agree with you, Sonia, on that. I think that, I don't know if 24 is the number, but at some point, instead of a para, having a certified teacher to me seems like a better benefit for the student.
and I think the timeline, like January, you still have 5 months, so that I'm looking at it as far as now, like we got March, April, May, but.
It seems like in the future, or if other scenarios come up, it seems like January is the cutoff no matter what. So that scenario has been here since January.
No, I said that we evaluate those on a case-by-case basis based on what's available and what has happened. At the time this situation happened, we had no eligible applicants. We had a very qualified para that we thought would be very helpful in the class, and we made that hire. After that, we had an applicant apply, but we felt like we had a working situation on that campus.
Okay.
So we would have had to fire somebody to hire somebody else if we wanted to make a change at that point because of the timing.
Fire a professional somewhere. They're always needed also. Why would we have to fire the para, the very certified para?
We can just,
I hear your opinion. We made the best call that we thought we could make at the time for that particular situation. Is it the right one? Maybe. We'll find out.
I hope in the future we consider that one a little harder. I think just for any teacher and any children, a big class size, lower class ratio is always more beneficial for all kids.
agreed. Okay. Anything else on enrollment? No, we will move on to security.
Before we move on,
Go
sorry,
ahead, sorry.
couldn't get to the button quick enough. Was it Godwin? Which one is down like several hundred?
Godwin's usually the lower one.
Is there a plan, next year for that one? Are we gonna bus more kids into that school, or what's the thought there?
You approved a zoning plan a few months ago that was the plan to try to reallocate those kids to try to increase the ratios at that campus to the best of our abilities. But we're still guessing. I mean, I don't know exactly where they're going to move, but Jonna will share some of that when we do the demographer report here in a second. And based on that, we've tried to rezone again, which is not the happiest thing for everybody because somebody's having to move from one campus to another. But that's what we're trying to do to accomplish that, yes.
Okay, thanks.
We'll move on to security update.
Just to clarify, we have 5 classes right now that are over the recommended ratios.
Do we know, like, what campuses?
I can send all that to you. I can't give that to you that quickly, sorry. I just have it as numbers on a spreadsheet. But I can get that all to you guys tomorrow.
All right, security update.
The security update is in your packet. I know I've talked to a couple of you and clarified a few items on there. If you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to me and I'll answer any specific situation that you're interested in.
I do have one question. I know the last meeting that we had, we said we were going to make a couple of updates, changes.
We are working, Ms. Perkins in the PEAMS department is trying to work with Infinite Campus to develop a new report that would pull some of the additional factors that you guys would like on there, like grade level, demographics, those kind of things. So we're trying to see if we can get that report pulled, because if we can get it built by Infinite Campus, then we can give it to the APs and the principals and they can pull that. So it's still the same amount of work, but not repeated. So I haven't got it created yet, but we are working on it, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Move on to E, drug testing.
You have that information from the latest round of drug testing in your packet. Answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, concerns? Not, we'll move on to the demographer update.
Yes, it says 72 slides.
Oh. We're gonna stop growing?
Can we start a timer?
Sure. How long are you giving me, Dwayne?
3 minutes.
I think one time Cindy, or maybe it was one of you, it was a June board meeting, they told me I had 15 minutes. I tried my best. I got to 20. Okay, this is our winter demographic study that is presented, I got the clicker, by Zonda Demographics, who's our current demographer for the district. These are some of the things we'll be talking about today, going over the economic conditions, demographics, some of the housing that's coming through, and then our enrollment forecast, which is, where we all definitely want to look at. In our economic conditions with state versus national, this is just talking about unemployment and jobs. And right now, the unemployment rate was 4.6, where Texas is at 4.2. So Texas is outperforming the nation. In our local, DFW unemployment went up about 0.1%. Collin County's rate went down by 0.2% over the last 12 months, but both are at a 4%, which in the demographer's eyes are still a good number of unemployment rate. Our next slide here is just kind of showing the top major employers in Collin County. So that just kind of shows how many employees that they are bringing into Collin County, which means families, kids, housing, and where we're seeing some of them move out into our direction.
You mean the school district didn't come in as one of the top?
No. Well, it's Collin County as well, so there are some larger school districts than us right now in Collin County. And notice I said right now. Just the national housing market, the starts and closings nationally have continued to drop the last quarter, although we are not necessarily seeing that here in Princeton. In the DFW area, the housing starts and closings have also dropped in the last quarter. Starts dropped, So we're still seeing that in the DFW area. Also, part of that contributing factor is we are starting to see those interest rates decline just a little bit, but as we see over the months of where that interest rate is fluctuating, but kind of staying right around that 6 to 7%. right here, this is where it gets interesting for Princeton. And so when we start looking at our new home activity and we look, I just kind of pull down to the back end of our annual starts in 2024, just slightly over 3,000. And then we look at 2025 where we're at 2,500. At first you kind of look at that like, oh no, we're starting to decline a little bit. But then when you go over to the annual closings and you see in 24 we're at 2,500, but in 25 we're at a little over 3,000. It just looks like to us that it's a quarter 4 to quarter 1 rollover. Some of those houses started in 24, but they didn't actually close until 25. So when you look at those two numbers comparably, our annual starts and our annual closing for 24 and 25 are still holding steady and strong. And it is kind of fun to look back at 2019. 652 starts and 638 closings, and now we're sitting over 3,000 on those. So very, very, still seeing quite a bit of growth here in Princeton ISD. When we start looking at our current elementary zones for this year, and it kind of shows where the highest growth is, and you can see Green, James, and Mayfield, Green up in the north area of the district, and then James and Mayfield down in the south. Those are where a lot of our activity with those housings, and if you drive those areas, you can kind of see where those housing neighborhoods are going up. And then, next year with Carroll opening, that is going to help. We've kind of shifted everything with those zonings to help some of that south growth for next school year. And then the following year, we'll have Abbott and Tally that will come in that will help the north and the south of those elementary zones. This is just a neat slide to show the difference between the average new home versus an existing home. And existing homes in Princeton are, definitely ticking up over the years, and same with our average new home. In the past, the new homes were, it's still showing slightly lower on the new homes versus our existing. Getting into our demographic, this is just a fun slide, as he likes to say, to kind of show the different demographic snapshots in Texas, Collin County, and then Princeton ISD. 57% are commuters, with 72% of those are driving alone. The median age is around 35, and then just kind of looking at the population by generation, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Zs, of what is in this area. Am I going too fast for you? No. Okay.
I'll go back.
It is. He called it his fun fact slide. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, cool. This is our student density. If you can kind of see, it kind of just really highlights those areas where we are having a lot of growth, and we'll go through a lot of those neighborhoods that we're seeing that are growing and developing. And so it's just, we have about 154 students that are transfers into Princeton ISD. And you can see a large concentration of students in the city, along with 63% of the students reside within the city limits.
Seems like Green up there, it'd be denser.
Green, and that's also Smith, right? Yeah. You see where the word Smith is. Smith isn't that really, and Smith zone, we haven't had to rezone in a while. We've kind of gotten that zone down, and then we'll see Green shrink just like, oh, it is. I didn't make the map. Yeah, it should be. It's on the other side. Okay, that should be Abbott's zone. That's what it is. So there was one other slide earlier that I saw that had that I was going to point out, but.
That's more where Abbott is going to be. He just got the label wrong.
Yeah, he just put the label in the wrong spot.
I just wanted to point out the 154 students. You see all the dots that reside outside there. The majority of those now are staff kids. So the majority of that 154 that are transferring in from outside are staff kids. We do still allow, under our transfer rules, anybody that had a previous relationship to the district. So if they were going here and moved outside the district, they can transfer back in and stay. But we have not been allowing any new transfers. So just kind of wanted to point out where those students are coming from.
Is that also impacting like the rezoning? Like who would be able to go to what school?
Some, yes. Because we do typically allow the staff to pick whatever school they want, especially inside their feeder pattern. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Looking at the single family housing activity in Princeton, some of the key terms that we're going to talk about, everything in green is an active subdivision. They've got lots, they've got occupied, they've got under construction. Everything in yellow is future. The groundwork, paperwork has been submitted. They're waiting on approval possibly, or it has been approved. And then everything kind of highlighted in red, the groundwork's underway. It has some infrastructure, it's being installed, but may not have been prepared. So, and then student yield will be on all of these slides as well, kind of talking about how many these neighborhoods yield students per neighborhood. So right now we have 34 active subdivisions, approximately 680 homes that are under construction, and over 5,000 lots that are ready to be built. You know, again, we talked about earlier the starts versus the closes. You know, in 24 we had over 3,000 starts and 2,500. And so with 5,000 lots being ready to build on, I'm sure we will continue to see that number.
Do we know what that was as compared to what it was the last demographer's report that we got?
No, but I can look. The last demographer report, everything was pulled in, I presented it in November, I believe, and then so that data would have been pulled right at the beginning of the year. All of this data, I feel like, was pulled after snapshot. So there, honestly, with our enrollment projections, there wasn't a significant change from the fall to the spring report. So I would assume it's not much different, but I can definitely go back and check. Uh-oh. I think I ran out of battery.
Just blame it on me, why don't you?
That's what I'll do.
We know.
Don't want it to be my fault.
There we go. These are our largest subdivisions: White Wing, Bridgewater, Sicily, Tillage Farm, and Widmore. 2 in the north, 2 in the south, and 1 right in the middle of our district. So definitely evenly distributed throughout the district. And just looking at the number of lots, and then we'll kind of go through and you'll be able to see how many are occupied, how many are underdeveloped, and so forth.
So, East Ridge, that's not Princeton, is that McKinney?
East Ridge is McKinney, the one on the left side of FM 75.
Yeah, what about South Ridge?
South Ridge is ours. I think it's in here in a little bit.
So I also just think it's interesting here, you know, we've had to have a lot of rezoning in this one that did affect a lot of people in this next round of stuff. And this is why, with only opening one new school that is centralized, which is Carroll Elementary there in the middle, trying to relieve the stress that's up and from the 2 neighborhoods in the north and the 2 in the south, made that virtually impossible to do without having the domino effect of transfers. So just kind of want to point that out. We won't see as big of a impact when we open the 2 schools the next year, because there's one in the north to relieve the north stress, there's one in the south to relieve the south stress. So when we do that, when you won't see to have to do that domino, it'll be a direct transfer of kids from one school to the other.
So we're talking to the county about getting more roads, like to help support getting these kids to and from. I'm totally teasing. Totally.
Okay.
Do not answer that.
So these are our active subdivisions, and here are some of our larger future ones coming in. And so Suncrest with another 1,200 lots, Harvest Point over 800, Serenity 700, and Honey Ridge was 650. And you kind of see they're starting to shift towards the east. Still have one up north in Serenity. White Wing, there are several of these. So White Wing right here, we all kind of know where that's at in green. They've got several houses on the ground. They're yielding about 0.556 kids per household. They still have more lots coming through phase 3, 5, 4A, et cetera.
Hopefully they can link it to 75 so people can get out of there just in.
And then this is where White Wing is located.
Yeah.
Sicily, out here by Abbott, which currently is green, was green zone. You know, with all the rezoning. And so Sicily, we can see right here where it's at, up here in the north area as well. And they have 1,850 lots, total lots, with over 1,200 future lots. You can just kind of see up to 1,500 multifamily units in the planning stages. No movement in the northern section at this time, but this is up by where Abbott Elementary will be going. Tillage Farm, which is down south, and also where Tally is currently being constructed. And it's got 1,700 lots, 450 are vacant developed lots, 166 homes under construction. And you can see these are yielding a lot lower of students, but these houses out there, if you've driven by there, are definitely a lot smaller than the ones that we were just looking at in the north. And so they're yielding, yes, sir.
Sorry, I wanted to interrupt you. Can you back up one screen, please?
Yep.
One more. So the price per home, that's what they're anticipating?
That is what the demographer has.
And how many homes is in that area? At that pricing range, 150 to 200, or is it up to 1,500 multifamily units?
15 total lots.
Well,
What's
because in that price range, it's likely gonna, we'll see an impact, and then all of a sudden parents can't afford it, or new families can't afford it, so I can see that area dropping back down.
It definitely could when those prices, if those home prices do creep up above that, $300,000-$400,000 mark, definitely makes affordability an issue. We did Tillage. So that was the location of Tillage down south. And then we have Winmore, which is right over here by Harper. And you see where Harper Elementary is, and then that land right to the west of it, that's where high school number 2 will be going. And so Winmore definitely has another 1,500 lots available, 400 future lots, and these are yielding right now 2.43. They only have 222 homes occupied, and so, when you don't have as many homes occupied to get that, as that neighborhood grows, it may increase how many kids we're seeing in there. It may stay strong. And then we have Daybreak, which is in yellow, and so that plat was approved in December of '24. Groundwork's underway. They have 331 future lots. I do not believe any are on the ground at this point. And that is there in that zone. Southridge is what we were talking about just a minute ago. Up north there, again, around 880 lots. They've got South Ridge and East Ridge. East Ridge has McKinney. It's right there on that cusp for us. Max pointed out right there, that little piece right there is McKinney, part of the neighborhood as well. And those are yielding about 2.288 per home. They have 510 occupied.
And just an interesting part about that, with the McKinney school zone crossing over there, we actually had houses that were developed in that neighborhood that the line ran directly through the house. And so we did work with McKinney ISD. Anybody that lives in one of those houses that's dead on the line, they can choose to go to either school, because we're both going to receive tax revenue from those homes. And so right now, if you're on that line, you get to choose, but as soon as you cross off that street, you're a McKinney or you're ours. So.
Monticello Park is over there with 975 total lots. It will be split between Green and Godwin's elementary zones next school year. As you can see, kind of the dotted line there, there's 226 vacant developed lots. There's 680 homes occupied. There's apartments, 400 units in the planning stages, and those are yielding a much higher rate at 672 in that student yield in that neighborhood.
Did he take into account the trailer homes that are next to Monticello?
We're going to talk about those in just a second.
Okay.
That's that area there. Arbor Trails and Arbor Trails South, some right here in this location down by Mayfield. And so looking at those yielding a little over 275. Arbor Trails South currently has no students in there. They're still developing that. It does have 75 occupied homes, but obviously no students at this point in those homes. And they're building about 200 per year. And then we have Winchester Crossing that does kind of go in some different areas right now with Harper, James, and Carroll. There's 2,365 total lots. There's still 432 vacant developed lots. There's 1,860 occupied homes, and they're yielding in 547, 571, and 559, depending on the elementary zone that they're in. Crossmill, which is right there where Bunchbach and Carroll are going in, you know, they're still developing quite a bit. Very, I don't think they have anybody living in a home just yet. I know that we're starting to see some progress on those roads. And so, you know, you can kind of see over there to the left where the big word Carroll is, you know, just the road and infrastructure that will be going in over there and looking at all of that neighborhood. And so I'm assuming we'll have, especially with the two schools right there, a high yield of kids. We typically do when we have a neighborhood right there by the schools. Frontier Point in James, it has 170 occupied with 164 still vacant. It's yielding about 244 homes in the James zone. Suncrest, it's just future lots, but over 1,200 future lots. It was approved in October 25. They're trying to get about 358 lots underway, but currently no homes yet. This is a D.R. Horton development. Serenity and East Ridge South, and so you can kind of see where some of those are. And then that is right over there. That's the one that says green, but you see it says Abbott right underneath. So it's currently green zone. Maybe that's what he was meaning. It's currently green zone, but that's where Abbott Elementary will be. So that will help relieve some of the you know, high numbers that we'll see here in a minute for Green Elementary. When we talk about multifamily housing, this is just kind of some information on, you know, how many one bedroom, the cost of those, and the just occupancy and growth rate for apartments. We do yield slightly less on a lot of our multifamily. Just most of the time you have 1 to 2 bedrooms, some fewer 3 bedrooms to have more kids in those. Our multifamily activity, if you look here, we have future versus under construction in the purple, and then future in the teal, where we'll be having multiple multifamily homes. There's over 1,700 multifamily units, and that is including about over 600 manufactured homes. There is more than 3,800 future multifamily units at various stages of planning. So Clayton Estates, which has been around for a while, but the expansion over there, so we're still seeing some growth in that neighborhood. Lakeway Village over in James area, 200 manufactured home units. The first units are under construction. I have not driven by there to see if they have more growth going in there yet. This is the one that you were talking about there that's going into Godwin's zone. It's 186. The units are under construction. I am starting to see more and more of them come in each day in that area.
And any of those occupied yet?
From when he did this report, they were not, but they could be from the time, you know, because you pull the data and then it's, you know, a couple of months of digging through and doing stuff. And so I am seeing houses there. Anybody shaking their head? Yes, yes, they're seeing people.
There's a ton of houses there.
Yes.
But I don't know that anybody's moved into them yet.
White Wing Flats. There is a current apartment complex there, and they are looking to do phase 2, which is another 252 units, which is right across from Southard. Harvard Flats looks almost complete. It looks like they're going to be opening up here pretty soon, which is kind of behind Chipotle, going up towards Harper and the ball fields. And so that one, I expect to start seeing people moving into that soon.
Is that the same owner as the other flats?
I am not aware.
Okay. They look better. They look like better apartments, but
I don't think so.
okay.
Our infamous apartments is that over there by Walmart. Anticipating spring of 2027, so we will see. We will see if they make that mark. I'm getting some head shakes of nope. So, but at some point there could be 300 apartment units there. All right, all of that to get to talk about our annual enrollment changes. And so just looking at this grade level enrollment history and projections, and seeing that our kindergarten group and cohort is, let me go back. Oh, shoot, sorry. So right there, that kindergarten group in 23-24 kind of has trended to be that largest group going into first grade into second grade, and so that's kind of neat to look at that number. Looking at our total how much we've grown, a little over 1,400, and as we looked at our enrollment today, I think I wrote that number down. We were like 1,461 from the time this data was taken. Yeah, 1,491. So since this data has been taken, we've grown, almost another 100 kids, close to. And then in our projections, based on our projections, we were about 72 kids off at this point of how many we anticipated to have this year. And so just looking at that based off of what their projection are. And then looking at the grade level cohort, and that the highest cohort has been kindergarten. And kindergarten last year to this year's first grade, and last year's second grade to this year's third grade were the second largest growth in the district. But looking at every cohort grew from year to year other than 12th grade. You don't tend to get a lot of seniors that move in that last year. Actually, the demographer said it's pretty eye-opening. Most districts he worked with, he's not seeing much growth 9th through 12th grade, just because once kids kind of start high school, their parents don't always tend to move. But we are still seeing that growth year to year. This is kind of, yep. It's the same slide. It just kind of, he's highlighting different things here. And then here, a little over 14% growth. Next year, looking at all the homes and everything going in, predicting almost a 12% growth the next 2 years, then dropping to an 11% growth. And then after that, it really gets hard to guess more than 2 to 3 years out. Everything changes, economy changes, houses slow down, they speed up, interest rates change, and so no one really likes to guess too far out. But if looking at 21-22, we've grown anywhere from 16% to 11-12% a year, so kind of staying in that range. Next year projected to be almost 13,000 students, and then in 28-29 hitting that 15,000 mark. 32-33 hitting that 20,000 mark, and 35-36 hitting 23,000. This is looking at the forecasts per campus. And so if you see green is in green because it's going to be pretty full in at capacity. Our portables have been delivered for next year. The board did approve 3 portables versus 2, so we could hold strong for a year before Abbott opens up the following year to help relief with them. It has low in green. They're kind of staying steady with that number, not looking to grow much as their neighborhoods, their zone is shrinking kind of like Smith's has. Mayfield as well. And then if we look at 27-28, again, we'll have Tally and Abbott that will help adjust everything in that 27-28 year. Looking down at our middle schools, Southard, we're definitely going to have to make sure when we're looking at all the rezoning after this year, is there ever an option where we may have to look to tweak at something? Yes, I can't have 1,500 kids at Southard before I get another middle school on the ground. Again, these are guesses, depending on where everybody goes and what transfers and so on and so forth. And so we'll definitely be looking at those numbers, as well as looking at Lovelady's predictions. We're going to need portables there before we get that second high school built at some point. The location of that at that building is unknown, but be prepared for that to come. Just kind of a recap, our enrollment has increased by 4,600 kids over the last 4 years. We had a little over 1,400 students this year. The district currently has more than 1,100 active homes in inventory with 5,200 lots available with 9,000 future. Our housing market is the lowest price point in Collin County with average home sale from $325 to $350. Our new home closing outpaced 25 after start surge in 24. Our enrollment forecasts are still continuing to grow. And we already kind of went over how many of those kids we're expecting in the next few years. Anybody have any questions? I got through all 72.
You did.
Somebody saw it go up earlier and they're like, really? 72? Yes.
It didn't scare us at all.
I've talked a lot longer before, so.
So I'll just say, like, I know we've got a lot of growth coming. You said a couple things, so I was trying to write down my questions as you were going through. First question was, when was this data that we have here actually taken from this demography?
Fourth quarter of 25.
So what I'm thinking is just that I know we're planning for growth, but from my vantage point, I want to make sure that we're not just planning for the growth, but for the variability in what could potentially happen with our growth. I know we've been in full steam ahead growth mode, and it's still happening, but I know with interest rate hikes that have happened, inflation, dealing with the housing starts slowing down from what I'm understanding. It just seems like we may not have the steady growth that we've been having. So do we have a plan to like pivot in the instance that growth changes?
I think we're constantly evaluating, analyzing. I mean, we look at our enrollments weekly, how many kids we're adding, how many of this, where our classes, what campuses are pushing being over, when are we going to need portables. It is a magic ball to some degree. You know, some of these at the beginning of the year we're really guessing, but then we're monitoring it as the year goes on. One of the things that Princeton has always done that I know a lot of other districts don't do is, you know, we guess right now, but at the beginning of the year, if we've guessed wrong and I need a kindergarten teacher here, but I have too many over here, we're going to shift those teachers. Some districts don't do that. They just let it ride out for the year, and then they don't ever replace it, and then they hire another, and they do this, and then they're overstaffed here and over here. So I think we're very intentional with looking at those things. It's a difficult conversation to have, especially if you've ever been in an elementary classroom and the amount of stuff they have to move. But, you know, we really do.
Relationship with the kids.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, my kids don't want to switch teachers, especially if they love their teacher.
And we really try to catch that as best we can before school starts, but sometimes it's unavoidable. Some of these campuses, you know, looking at Green, some of them, it's a little higher because of transfer, and so we may need to be intentional on what transfers we allow to go to Green for next year because we know that campus is going to be full. And so we are constantly looking at that. I hear you. It stresses me out to make sure we're not in a district. I'm sorry. We're not in a district to start closing campuses. You know, that's the golden question right here. We don't want to. I don't think we're anywhere near that right now. But we have to be intentional at looking at that and making sure that we're following through and evaluating that constantly to make sure that we know where that point is. Okay, we thought we were going to open the school in 2030, but we can hold on another year. Let's see how much we grow, and making sure that we're analyzing those as well.
That was part of my next question.
Can I answer on this one before you move to the next one? Because the other thing that, you know, we do that is not as popular, right? The portables that we use that we do keep on campuses and we keep running, part of that is, you know, we are guessing to when we're going to hit this crest. There is going to be a point in time when the growth slows, but right now, every elementary campus has portables on them. We're at more than 100% of capacity of what the building is supposed to serve. And so when we hit that crest, you're still going to have a year's worth of growth that you can pull back in from portables, get back into the buildings. We can sell off the portables and move out of them permanently at some point in time once we hit that crest. And so that also gives us that little bit of a cushion. We know between all the portable classrooms, we have a school full of kids that aren't in schools yet. Does that make sense? And so that's another intentional growth piece that we have put in place to give us that cushion as we move forward.
I like that. That was primarily my concern. Are we adjusting as we need to? Then the other part of that question was how often will these projections be updated?
So currently we are doing them twice a year. some conversations that we have had in our cabinet is discussing, do we stay with one demographer or do we entitle two? Some of our neighboring districts who are seeing a lot of growth are getting two opinions. And so that may be something that we decide we want to come to you guys with, if, doing another RFQ and looking at another qualification. Do we want to look at two? Do we want to make sure this one guy's not right or not wrong? Or when you have two opinions looking at it, okay, are they similar? Okay, we're all on the right path. Just looking at that, it may not be. We may be satisfied in saying, yes, we are on the right decision or the right direction, but that is an option that we've looked at just to try to make sure that we're looking at every possible option.
I think that's wise.
And in the past, we've never had two demographers, right?
We've only had one demographer and we were only doing it once a year. And so this is twice a year. So that is kind of I do know some districts that do it 4 times a year, that are just rapidly growing to make sure that we're all on the same track. We're not missing anything. And so those are some options that, we can discuss and come back if that's something that we have some concerns with.
Yeah, I think we've been in those instances where we've had a demographer that came back and it was really, he came up really low.
We had a 10-year plan that lasted 3. We outgrew the projections.
Yeah.
We've always been in that route. I've never been in the other route. Even in other times where economic times were challenging, Princeton still saw growth. And so, I've been in the district 25 years and has continued to tick up in growth all those years. But again, there is going to be that point where we hit that top of that cusp and making sure that we're really actively monitoring that.
Yeah, and I agree with Starla to a point, because some of those districts are really close that are having those issues. So it's kind of odd that we're growing so fast, and they're
And I think the affordable housing that we're having compared to Collin County and compared to the school districts that are closing, if we were to get a report with their average price of housing in those districts, you would see a big delta in those numbers.
Yeah.
And so that insulates us to a point that people are wanting to move to the DFW area with the new corporations and companies coming, but they're looking for the most affordable housing, and they're priced out of some of those areas right now.
correct.
For the high schools, what's the plan, since based off of this, we're over capacity at
So
Lovely?
we've
Is
brought
there-
to you guys the design development. I believe we've done DD, or just kind of like not DD, probably the progress of where we're at, looking at high school number 2.
I think she's talking about in the meantime, between that opening, we will have to
We will have
have
to
some
get
portable
portables.
classrooms at the high school campuses.
Secondary, also, you have that flexibility with the class to class, period to period, and some of that fluctuating. You'll have some where you'll have some
Teachers on
teachers on
carts.
carts. I believe Mr. McIntyre's lived in that boat before.
Lived that year for 4 years. It was nice.
And so sometimes, you have a little flexibility with that class, with that at the secondary, but we will most likely need some portables.
Because if those of you that were on the board at the time, we really needed to open high school number 2 in 27. We really needed that building with all the numbers and what we were guessing at the time. We wanted that building to be opening in 2027. We did not have the bonding capacity to pull that off. And so as we worked with our financial planners and what they estimated we'd be able to sell, that's what pushed the opening of that to the 29 school year, so that we would actually be able to sell the bonds so that we could pay for the building of the school. So that's what's given us a 2-year delay. And because of that, we will have to be creative. Now, we've already talked about some partnerships with some more online classes to do with some of our dual credit kids and some of those things, and how do we do some of that, and looking at some of those other pathways. And so how do we best utilize our building? Coaches who only coach 4 periods a day because they're in the gym 2 periods, somebody else is probably coming into their classroom on those 2 periods to teach, and rotating through some of those classes, getting very creative. But there will be a portable purchase in our future to help get through that time period.
Would it also consider possibly having some of the Love Lady kids go back, like some of the 10th graders, would that go back to the high school?
I don't,
help
I don't,
alleviate-
I don't think there's going to be enough
Based off
empty
of
space.
what these
In either
numbers
one,
look
there
like,
won't be
it
enough
doesn't
empty
matter.
space
Okay.
over there.
We may need some portables at both buildings because the capacity of PHS is less than Lovelady, so there'll be some issues when it comes to that. But
Okay.
we don't know the exact plan, but you will know it as soon as we come up with it.
Any other comments, concerns, questions?
One more. So I know you said timing-wise, you're doing this twice a year. As we are getting closer to like that change and plateauing, which, as we said, we're not there yet, are we gonna increase that number, or are we gonna keep it at the just twice?
We would be open to having it done each quarter, but we are spending
Quite a bit of money.
a nice chunk of change to do that. So if you would like us to get a quote for that, we could do that and have it back at the next board meeting to look at going to having a report each quarter, if that's something the board is willing to discuss or entertain.
Well, I'm just asking because we're talking about getting two different demographers to basically give us like two different.
Yeah, those are some of your options. You can go
Right.
more with this one. We can look at
Right.
having two. We can stay with just twice, you know.
could do
it's kinda-
two and have them offset where one's doing first and third, one's doing in second, fourth.
Yeah.
That's what one of our neighboring districts that I visited with is doing, because they get two different opinions, but they're still getting something each quarter. You know,
Just did.
I thought we did, but I'm sorry. I will be more.
No.
Great idea, Ms. Sharp. I think you're a very brilliant woman, and I love that idea.
I like that idea of offsetting the demographer reports.
As long as it's, what's
Well,
the cost of it? Yeah.
We can look at all of those options and bring those back and have a discussion.
I guess if we look at the last one, how much different is it than this one?
We were off by 400 kids from what we thought we were going to be at to what we actually ended up.
And the time before that? How much off were we?
I don't know that answer off the top of
Yeah,
my head.
what I'm saying is we're not gonna be able to build any quicker than what we're building, so it's not.
I think Starla's concern is the other side. What happens when it stops if we have overextended ourselves and the growth doesn't happen?
Right, and I recognize that, I think I asked that when I first got on the board, I was concerned because we were building too quick, but, you know, when you look at the pricing of the home, you know, we got some of the cheapest homes in Collin County, which is unfortunate, because it means we get all the growth, and those more expensive homes will slow that down if they were to do those, so.
I will do some homework and get it to Mac.
Thank you, ma'am. One quick thing on construction. Do we know, Borman, looks like they're getting closer and closer. Do we know like an estimated timeline?
I saw a post on Facebook that said
Okay.
that 27, isn't that what we saw? One of the city officials had
It
posted
looked
something,
pretty,
but
I mean,
I don't know.
last couple of, oh,
Wasn't there a Facebook video done by a certain councilman that talked about Borman being done?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember? Oh,
But I thought he said it was going to be done by now.
maybe, I don't know.
We can reach out and get a timeline and try to
I'm
update
just
and see if they've got any information for us. The city has been wonderful to work with our students that are traversing across the road. I know when we've had some concerns about some of the spots that have gotten muddy, they've come back out and put more gravel, created a path to help make that more manageable. So I do thank the city for their help on managing that section of the road.
Yeah, go.
And while we're speaking of that, I just want to say thank you to that crossing guard that is there. She is amazing.
That's
and-
Karen, right? Miss.
And
yeah.
her job seems to be pretty difficult at times, especially with all of that construction. So thank you to her.
Yep. We'll move on to consent agenda.
Just would like to point out, we do have an updated hiring list. There's been some time passing, and we are working hard. Our principals are interviewing like crazy, and we are trying to stay ahead of the hiring season, and so you've got quite the list there to look at.
This notice we got earlier today, right? The updated one from today.
Correct. Yeah, it was emailed out earlier today.
We have a lot of resignations.
Okay, he told me.
Yeah.
All right, if any member would like to pull in the item from the consent agenda, I would entertain that at this time.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I got a motion for Mr. Kelly,
I'll second.
second for Ms. Darling. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 8, District Improvement Plan.
So we included in your packet a redline copy of the district improvement plan that the committee worked on for multiple weeks. And so we've had that in there for your review. Our recommendation is to accept it as the committee has presented.
On page 4 and 34, it says something a little different than our district goals, and I just wondered if we should get those in alignment. Our district goal says to recruit, hire, and retain the highest quality educators and staff who understand and relate to the backgrounds, experiences, and needs of our students and community. It's a little bit broader than what is here. And I just wonder if we should go ahead and echo our district goals. Did they have our district goals when they went through this?
They had it for the last part, but they didn't have it for the first part because we were a month late in approving them, if you remember.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they got to see what our district goals were.
Yes, ma'am, they did, but they didn't get them till the third meeting.
I would just like to make it in alignment, that's all.
Sorry, my deal logged out. I'm trying to get to where you're looking at so I can see exactly.
On page 4, it says hiring strategies that promote ethnically diverse staffing patterns. And she's referring to that to make it match.
And then go down to the fourth one down. Not sure what all that means.
You're not sure what number 4 means? The fourth one? And celebration of ethnicity and heritage with consideration to the district's growing demographics? That piece?
It's like Hispanic
That's
Heritage
celebrating,
Month.
Are we gonna celebrate what?
like Hispanic Heritage Month, Black History Month, the different things that reflect the demographics of our actual district. They wanted education around that. And putting that on the campus principals and the curriculum department to see how they would execute on that.
Which is something that they've always been doing.
Right.
So like for Hispanic Heritage Month, I know something that one of the campuses would do is every day they would focus on a Hispanic historical figure, and they would talk about the changes that they've done, how they've impacted our community, and then the same thing for Black History Month. They'll pick a Black historical figure, and they'll kind of just emphasize the importance and the changes that they've made in our community. So there's just 2 examples I can think of that would fall for that, under that category.
Okay, I don't see any problem with that. What I'm concerned about is the potential of some districts or some recently have said, okay, we're gonna now make Ramadan, we're gonna celebrate the whole month of Ramadan, and is that something we're gonna open up also?
I think
Because
Ramadan.
this looks like that it'd go that direction.
So
Ramadan's
is
some religious.
I realize that.
Okay.
And then here it states education and celebration of ethnicity and heritage. So I think that's more culture than, I don't see anything here related to religion. So you want to make sure it doesn't have any religion.
Well, it keeps, yeah.
Well, because I'm seeing places around us that are embracing the religious side of that too. And so is that something that we're open to? If it is, then we need to have a conversation to make
I
sure
think
that
that
we're.
that's what that stated though, Dwayne. based off of what this is saying, it says nothing about that. And if that's something that comes up, then I think we should address it at the time that that comes up, rather than making an issue out of no issue.
Yeah, I don't know that this, yeah.
Are you saying that there's like certain districts, like the district or the community itself? Like you've seen districts start to implement things like Ramadan?
I'm confident that the cities have. Plano and McKinney just did it,
The city?
the cities.
Okay,
Now,
but
I
as a
think
district.
Plano might be doing it in their ISD, but I'm not positive of that. I'd have to reread those articles.
They are, I have not seen that, but I know that for our city, the city of Princeton did recognize the religious holiday of Ramadan for our community that is celebrating that, but that's just no different than them saying Merry Christmas to Christians or Happy Hanukkah to a Jewish community. But if a school district decides, or if they decide to post that on their social media pages, wishing those, certain religious groups that, congratulations, or whatever the case may be for that particular religious holiday, I don't see how that correlates with what number 4 is saying on here. I mean, it's not any education, or it's not a celebration of ethnicity and heritage. That is a religious holiday that they're discussing that has nothing to do with what they're, teaching in the school.
Okay, if you guys are all confident that we're okay there and don't need to worry about it, that's fine. Move to page 34.
Hold for 1 second. I need to go back. Was there any objections to Cindy's first changing of number 2 on that page to match the way it's worded in our goals? Okay,
No, we'll just make an emotion.
we're just tracking changes right now, and then we'll see if because if we can all agree on changes as we go through, then we can make a motion to approve as edited.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't think we need individual ones. Okay, Dwayne, I'm sorry, would you like to?
I was just moving on with what Cindy had brought up. The page 34 has the same issues that aren't aligning with our district goals.
Yeah, it just repeats it on page 34, and I'm not sure why it's repeating it.
Because any of the items that are at the front as a priority action item are also listed in the back of the program as well. So all of the priority items are actually items in the back of the growth plan, and then the committee chooses 2 to 3 of those items to pull up as priority items to say, while we want you to work on everything we've talked about, these should be your focus for this year. So that's why it's in there twice, so we can make that change in both places.
Okay, thank you.
Can we talk about who's on the committee, Mr. McIntyre? Like, what does the committee consist of? Who does it consist of?
Teachers, parents, administration. We have a representative from elementary and secondary that are voting members. We have several principals that come to be there for information only, but they're not voting members of the committee. We have teachers from every campus that are there, and then parents from every campus. We have a couple of business and community members that are also asked to be a part of there. So the guidelines for who's on the committee or who is invited to be on the committee is set forward by policy. There's a group of people that we have to involve on those committees.
But it does include our community as well.
Correct.
So this is kind of driven by a group of individuals instead of it just being one set group.
Correct.
And each time that this committee comes together, we have different people that are on there.
Imagine like every other committee.
go back
Some
to-
are
I mean,
the same, some are new.
Yeah.
There's some revolving people
Just
that are
so
on
that
there and
other
some that
people-
are changing out. You have a little
Okay.
bit of both on there.
This is the first committee I served on. Just asking.
It's gotten better.
I was on it too after you. That's why it got better, because I was on it after.
I love it. That's great.
Okay, are there any other changes?
I am so glad I didn't say that, because I was going to say the same thing. That was the first committee I served on.
I joke.
I'll see all of y'all later.
You may not see me anymore.
Okay.
Right.
Anything else? So we would just,
I want to say that I'm really glad that there's a big strategy on bullying here. I want to point that out because I know that's a concern for a lot of people. And our action plan really addresses that in a very aggressive way. Oh, I should turn that on. Our action plan really addresses bullying in a very aggressive way. And I just want to say that because I think that will make people understand we're listening to them and we're hearing them and we're trying to address it.
Thank you. All right, if no other discussions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve
With the edits.
that we just made.
I got a motion by Ms. Starla,
I'll second.
Ms. Sharp, second by Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 9, Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, first reading.
I'm sorry. We have spoke about this, but we did get the official report, so we brought this to the board as the preliminary, just as an information item. But we did receive our official first rating for last year, and once again received a superior achievement rating for our financial integrity rating of Texas. So very proud of the work that's happening in our business office, and Nicole has picked up the torch and ran strong with that. So we're extremely happy to continue on. So we just need a motion to accept that.
A motion. Motion, Mr. Campbell.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Ledesma. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item number 10, instructional material allotment and certification.
So that's been in your packet. Annually, we have to certify the materials that we are using in our classrooms. So you receive that certification sheet in your packet to review, and just need the board to approve that as presented.
Any discussions, concerns? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Motion by Ms. Darling. Second by Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously.
You will have to sign that before we leave today.
All right, item number 11, budget amendment.
So we have a couple of items on the budget amendment, mainly the sanitary sewer repairs that were happening at Southern. We had a major delay in getting the permit and the progress approved on that, so that work was able to be completed over spring break. And so we need to move the funds that we had budgeted in last year's budget forward to this year to cover that. And then the second part is the furniture and technology that we discussed buying out of our local capital instead of spending bond money on at last meeting. We need to move those into the correct funds. So those are the two amendments in there this month.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget amendment as presented.
Got a motion by Mr. Kelly,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item number 12, the bad weather waiver.
So as some of you are aware, we when we miss our school days for bad weather, we have to build in extra minutes or build in bad weather days. Our district has, for the last forever, built in the extra minutes since we switched to the minutes calendar. So we had the extra minutes built in to cover 2 full days that we missed. We missed 4 days of instruction with the ice and the snow. So we need to file a waiver with CEA to forgive the last 2 days. So I'm asking you to approve the bad weather waiver for Wednesday, the 28th of January, and Thursday, the 29th. So we'll use the makeup minutes for the first 2 days and then file a waiver for the last 2.
Make a motion to approve or to accept it? How would you do that?
Approve.
A motion by Ms. Sharp, Second by Ms. Darling. All those in favor, raise your hand. John? Motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 11, Board Policy CCA Local Revenue Resource Bond Issues.
Can we have
Correction,
a,
that's item 13.
I'm sorry, what did I say? Oh, 13.
right?
Okay, yep.
Hold on a second.
Can we do a little break before we start that
Let's
one?
take a 5-minute break. Can we do that?
I hydrated too much.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break real quick. We'll come back.
We have never had breaks until you got on the board. I'm just
Boo! It's my first one.
No, I called one the other day.
Item number 13? Okay. Did I say 15?
I don't know.
Board policy, CCA, local revenue resources, bond issues.
So I included in your packet for review and the local policy, which is policy CCA. We do not have a local policy right now. We only have legal. And I think the main topic of conversation that is being asked for is on the dates in which school districts are allowed to host bond elections. Currently, the law and the legal policy says that we can have one either on the first Saturday in May or on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. So that is what is currently in policy and in law.
Okay.
So being I asked this to be put back on the agenda, or not back on, but on the agenda, we had discussed it when we were talking about policy 2 meetings ago, I think. And I found it very concerning to me that we hold our bond elections on a Saturday in May, and we have a turnout that's consistently less than 1,000 voters. And I find that is less than genuine, and that when we want our community to support what we're doing as a district and how we're spending money, we need to get more of the community involved in that process. And to have less than 1,000 voters, in fact, our last bond election was 597 voters voted in almost $800 million. And I question whether that's right for us to do that. And at our last meeting, I think I heard Mr. McIntyre say it first, and then I heard a couple board members agree with it, that the reason we have the meetings in May is so that we pass the bonds. And maybe you can clarify that, and then I've got some other thoughts that I want to bring in, if that's still your position.
As a school board member, I want bonds. I want to make sure we provide for the students of Princeton. And if those bonds don't pass, we are left with, I'm guessing, a lot of portable buildings and trying to figure out how we deal with that. So yes, for me, it is important that we, now granted, have bonds that are, conducive to what we're wanting to do, whether we're building buildings, making sure we're efficient with the money. But that's my goal, is to make sure we provide for the students of Princeton.
So, Mr. McIntyre, could you put up that slide I asked you about? Can you enlarge it a little bit so we can read it? And I'm going to want the next page. Okay. So you see in there, you see all the Princeton ISD bonds since 2002, and you look at the amounts, you look at the amount of voters that actually, voted those in. I understand the idea of I want to spend the money where I think it needs to be spent. But if we don't have the voters behind us in a real way, then are we being good representatives? And to have a bond election on one day, on a Saturday, and it would show that we're trying to hide something to me.
Seems like a Saturday would be the best day to.
But there's still early voting. There's still all of the other opportunities. It's not like, so this isn't, we're trying to hide it and do it on a day. The law gives 2 available days to do it. We picked to do the one that's not clouded by a lot of other issues that draw people to the polls, that are very focused on one or a couple of races, and are maybe have not spent the time to have a true decision on whether they even understand what the bond is about. And so our stance is, we've picked a date that we don't believe is clouded with other issues. I would love to see a lot more things separated out to different dates so that people who have an opinion and have educated themselves on a topic would come out and vote for that. And I don't think there's anything that prevents every single person that lives in Princeton ISD from coming to vote in that election. There's the same amount of election days available at the May election as there is the November election. We send out flyers to every home in Princeton ISD to let them know that the election is happening and what the money will be used for. There's nothing stopping anybody who wants to vote in that election at that time.
Also, we are going above and beyond by trying to get parents involved and educated every time there is a bond. And I don't know how many of them you've actually been through, or if you've had to go to a school for your kids just to find out, I'm here really to learn about the bond and what's included in on it. So we are reaching out to the community, and I don't think it's a fair assessment to say, oh, we're trying to trick people or we're trying to hide. No, it's very well publicized, and we have the option to choose whether or not we show up. There's a lot of stuff that people just don't show up for. And so what you're saying is you would prefer that instead of us using the May date, that we use the November date. Reason being is because you want more people to see it. The same people are getting to see it, both time frames. It's just that one of the dates focuses more just on the bond versus the second one that could potentially be clouded by board member getting put on there or other things. That's just my 2 cents on what I'm seeing in it.
Yeah, so I think people who have a like, whether they like it or don't, or want to vote against it or for it, have made that decision to come and vote. I think we have a lot of people who probably don't care about it or decide, it's not worth their time to go vote. I don't know why, but I don't know anybody that I know that is like adamant about either way. They go vote, but we put out the information that they're about the election, but we don't, I don't know that, what else? We can't force people to come out and vote.
Well, and just the last point, if you don't, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The last point is just the redundancy in what this proposed change would do. The only way a bond can be called is for the board to call the bond for a specific time whenever that happens. So currently law allows the board to call that at any 2 times. If you made the proposed change that you made to the local policy, that's only enforced by this local board who made the local policy, which then could vote to change that local policy back to the current policy and then call an election whenever they want. So it's a redundancy of what are we really accomplishing here? Because at any point in time, if we as an administration say, hey, we think we need to consider a bond, this board as a body has to approve that and has to approve the time of it. And right now we have the option for 2, which also means if for some reason we had a bond in May and it didn't pass, we would be able to reevaluate, get community feedback, and bring it back to the voters in November, and we'd have 2 opportunities a year. Only having 1 opportunity for a year, talking about schools that we need to have on the ground as soon as 2031 right now, we're already fixing to be on the time clock for next year for a planning period. And if it doesn't pass one and you push that a year, the whole problem we talked about with how do we handle the overcrowded at high school and Lovelady is only going to be exacerbated, because now we're going to be pushing things off multiple years when we need it.
So just to address that last point you brought up, Mr. McIntyre, if you had a bond election in November, it's about 6 to 7 months before the next one. If you had it in May, it's about 6, 7 months. I didn't actually do the count. I just roughly counted the months. So it's the same distance. You could, if you...
Not if you take out the May election, it would be a year from November to November versus going from November to May to May to November.
Agreed. I was just looking at the time window that you were looking at, saying that it had to be in May so you could relook at it in November.
No. If we had one in May that didn't pass, we would more than likely be back in November with some renovated version of that if it's something we're needing. You know, the only way you could not is if you were asking for something that was not a need and was just a want.
So what you're telling me, what I'm trying to do is get more visibility with the community. I want the community to be able to see the bond, to make a decision on it and either support it or not support it. The idea that what you conveyed a little bit in this meeting and definitely in the last meeting that we had about this was that the voters weren't as knowledgeable going to the polls in November as they were in.
And I stand by that comment. You're going to have a lot of voters that came out for a specific reason, i.e. especially a presidential election, that show up. Dwayne, you've worked the polls many times, correct?
Okay.
How many times have you talked to a voter that came to the polls that was 100% sure who they were voting for president, but had no clue about any proclamation that was on the ballot?
Yeah.
Or board members.
So, but here would be the problem with that thought, and this is what I challenge what you're saying, is that are we not following this when we do a bond? So if we're following this, it says, it basically gives the exact and specific direction as to what's supposed to be included on that bond, on the ballot. So if a voter is looking at the ballot, he can see all that same information that he would see in May. That information says it needs to be spelled out a certain way. We've got multiple pages, and why do they give you all these pages? Why is that? Well, they give you all these pages to make sure that the voter knows what he's voting for and what he's getting for that debt encumbering. Understand, this is not going to affect me. This is for a bond that won't affect me because I'll probably be dead and gone before that happens. We're at 50 cents per $100 valuation. We're not changing that for years. All right? I'm guessing I'm going to be, if I live that long, I'll be in my 80s to 90s, and so I'm not going to see any reduction. So I'm not asking for this for me. I think that it's the right thing to do for our voters.
May I ask a question, Dwayne, of you?
Let me finish this thought, please. This idea, certainly the board could change it back, another board that when I'm not on or anybody else here is on, they could change this to whatever day they want within, that parameter. They could certainly change it back, yeah. What I want to do is I want to acknowledge that saying that our voters can't be educated enough in November to vote on a bond election is inappropriate. And I feel that we need to educate our voters, let them know that, this is what it is. And we've got that roadmap right here in policy, so we have to follow that. They're going to have the same exact information in November as they are in May. What difference does that make? The difference in November is we have more community members supporting what we're doing as a school board and spending money, taxpayer money. And I think that that's important that we do that. We are the representatives, we are the gatekeepers, and it's our responsibility to make sure that we're getting as many eyes on this as possible. And I'll yield to you, Starla.
Sure. You just made a couple of statements, and I just wanted to understand them better. So one of the things that you said was that about educating our community members, and I don't want to misconstrue what you just said, but in essence, you said that we're not trying to, we're saying that they can't be educated in November, correct? Like we're
From Mac's mouth, he said, and I think Carlos agreed, that our voters are more aware or educated on the bond initiative that come in May, and they're not that way in November. And he kind of reasserted that just a few minutes ago.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood where you were going with that. Because from my vantage point, and again, it can go either way. I've just seen a couple of these in the time frame that I've been in Princeton. You made a statement earlier that, you want to make sure that everyone is educated on it. Are we saying that we're not educating them on it in May?
No, I didn't say that, or you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that on our bond elections, this legal CCA illegal spells out exactly what's got to be on the ballot.
Right.
And the intent is, and it states it right in here, that it's supposed to be written this way so that all voters can have the information before them. I believe that a voter in November can walk in to the ballot and look at it, read it, and make a decision. I don't believe that they have to have days, weeks, months to figure out whether they want to encumber themselves for more money and whether they're valuing that the school needs more buildings or not. I think that they can make that decision, and we need to represent that and support that as a board.
And so
That's
we
what I'm
haven't
saying.
been doing that in the past,
Well,
by having it in May.
I think that if you
Using
look
your
there,
library.
all of those bond elections are all in May, and they're all less than 1,000 votes. And in fact, most of them are less than 500 votes to encumber the debt, with the last one being 597 votes. I don't think that's a great representation.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
any of the
I was gonna
voting is
say,
great
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't, that's all depends on what the November elections would have been numbers on those.
I mean, using that logic,
But-
based on what you're saying.
So,
If I gave you time.
Okay.
Just let me finish. But using that same logic, during the time frame that we're having, like even in November, if you look at who all is actually coming out to vote in November, think about our election, right? Like the November, out of the number of people we have in Princeton, who actually came to vote? I'm just curious about that data.
So I have
because
those
looked at
numbers,
that.
yeah.
You should share it, because I
I
think
will.
it's going to actually show that it's still a lesser amount. So regardless of when we're having it, I feel like in May, it's more pointed, right? It's just my take on it. In May, we are really focused on what's happening, right? Because it's like the only thing there, so you don't have a whole lot to look at in May. But in November, it does get clouded with all the other things that are happening. And it's not to say that we're not educating all of our community, ourselves. We do, I think the administration and Princeton ISD has done a really good job of educating all the community members of what's going on with the bonds, why we're asking for it, what it's going to cover, what we're hoping to do. And if you've been through it, then you've seen this. Have you seen it? Like what's actually being advertised, what we're doing to get the word out and going out into the community and pulling in parents and all that.
I saw next to nothing on the last one, in at least in our community. Now,
Where's
I know
your
there was,
community?
you know where I live, don't you?
No.
South.
We're not friends, I would not know that.
But I'm sure that there was communication, but let's look at those numbers. So out of 25,416 registered voters, last election, we had 22.7%.
Out of 25,000,
Right.
we
So we
only had 20%.
Yeah, I agree with you, that's terrible, but let's look at our bond election.
Okay.
You know what that number is? Hang on here, I wrote it somewhere. It's like
The one that you have
less
up
than
there?
4%.
That one that you have up there.
Yeah, 4%.
I just want to say, I understand Dwayne's concern. I do not understand the voter apathy. I don't understand why 500 people would come out and vote on something of this magnitude. I don't think we change our policy to fit the representation. I think the representation needs to change to fit our policy. And we can do that with better education. We can always do a better job of that. So I think we should do a really good job of that, knock it out of the ballpark, make sure that every single individual knows to come and vote for this. And I think we keep it in May because I stand at the polls all the time. And I can tell you that voter after voter after voter after voter are so confused about who's running for senator, who's running for this, who's running for that. They come up and ask me, who do I vote for? They don't even know. And we have an opportunity for them to do their homework completely on us, on our needs, and to really understand the whole issue in May without being, like Starla said, clouded with the other issues of the day. But I do have that concern, Dwayne. I do want to capture more representation for our bonds. And I think that if we do a better job and focus on that and let the community hear us, y'all need to get out and vote for these bonds. Please, this is important. We have to have, I mean, if we don't get money for schools, the kids are going to be on the grass. reading. We have to have some support from the community. So I'm asking for both of you. I mean, I want to have more representation, Dwayne, but I also want to have more clarity, and I want to have more concentration on getting the vote out. And we can do that. I do believe in us. And I do believe we can change that, and that will help the voter also, because if we can get them starting to really buy into this kind of thing, then we'll raise the voter percentages in everything that we do. We have to get them to care. And they have to show up, and they have to know what's going on. And so I'm just going to appeal to all of our voters out there to come and make a difference and make your voice heard. That's what America's all about.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay. Yep. Is anybody else?
I do have a couple questions.
Yep.
Whenever we do educate the community, do we include, are we allowed to do like a mass email with our email list from the district to the parents? Is that something we've done in the past?
Once we call for a bond election, the district cannot put out anything other than factual information. We cannot put out anything that says vote yes, vote no, anything. We can only put out factual information. Once we do that, we can communicate that through any sources we want. And in the past, we have done that through our email express. We've done 2 flyers to every residence in Princeton ISD. Plus, we've done an over 65 letter to every over 65 residents in Princeton ISD to make sure that not only do they know about it, but they also know that if you haven't already, you can go get your homestead exemption frozen so that you don't have any increase in taxes. And so there's that education piece of that as well.
And then our current policy has what you have stated here, where the board at that time has the choice between May and November, correct? Okay.
The Board of Trustees is the only entity that can call a bond election at any time.
So I definitely do see, I think where your heart is doing, and I think it is in the right place. I think ideally, I want the same thing. I want the people that do go to either election to be, for our numbers to just be higher in general. I think it is, a sad number. We've all been at the polls, so we've seen, and I've encountered both the educated voter and the one that didn't do a lot of homework. I do think that it would be best for the policy to stay as is, because like Max said, if we're unable to pass it in May, then we still have the opportunity to put it back on in November versus only having it in November. So I think just logistically, we have more opportunity keeping it as is. That's my 2 cents on that.
Anybody else?
I think we do need to take a look at it. One aspect, we're using demographic for everything that we do here. Demographic majors right here, what we do, the kids in school. So I think we need to utilize it, getting the most people out here to be able to make that decision when it comes to bonds. I do really do that. How we go about to do that, I'm not 100% on that, but we need to do that. So we need to figure out a way, demographic, like we're talking about, to get more people in here to make that decision. That, so when people are out here in the general public, they're asking why you did this here, why does this happen, why does that happen? And it happens because people are not actually out here voting for the things that make it happen, so it would be in their favor or differently, unless we get the people out here to vote on it. And I think it wouldn't be a bigger reproach on us as a board also, and as a community, because once you get more people involved, just like everybody's trying to get everybody out for election time, then you feel yourself, hey, if I get more people out there election time, I got a good chance of winning. Well, it's the same thing apply to this in a way. If we get more people involved, get more people to be able to see this about the bonds, I think it would clarify a lot of things, and it would be a lot more transparent. I'm not saying we're not being transparent, but it would open it up that no one have no reason to doubt what we're doing here as a community and as a district.
So, John, to be clear, what are you saying? Are you saying that you think we should keep it in May or we should move it to November?
So that I haven't made a decision on that one.
That's the question at hand.
All right.
I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Dwayne, first let me ask you this. When you were, earlier when you, on your other pages, are you implying that, no, it was the other ones on the local, on the legal stuff. Are you saying that what the legal policy, what it states here, that in the past that was not followed? Because I was a little confused by what your statement.
To answer that direct question, I did not know we had an option to do either May or November. I only found that out when I was reading through the policies and procedures on this last go-around 2 meetings ago, preparing for that. That's when I found out. I was like, oh, didn't know there was an option. I don't like it on May because there's very little representation, and that's why I brought it up.
Okay. When it comes to educating the community and getting people, to the polls, I hear what you're saying. And one of the things, as everyone's talking, the thing that comes to my mind is, a saying my mom would always say is, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. And it goes the same way for voters. We can educate people, our community, to no end. I mean, as everyone, we've all sat here, we all know, we've all been at the polls. I would like to see more people at the polls. Absolutely, 100%. But there's only so much that we can do to get people to the polls to vote. And I hear what you're saying. And, the thing too is when the bonds come up, and I've lived in this city for 18 years, and the bonds that have been placed on a ballot in the 18 years that I've lived here, they have passed, and they have been in May. But I have never seen where none of that money was not put to what that bond was for. And, yes, we are sitting up here and we have to think about the future of our students. And I don't want to have our students sitting in portables for years until another bond passes and all of that. Now, I will also say that, our district has done a very good job at making sure that we're not spending money frivolous, I can't even speak, thank you, tongue-tied, or putting bonds out there to build stuff that we don't. I mean, you go to other districts, and I mean, yes, although I would really love to have very nice and elaborate things for our district, but is that the best decision? No. And I think our finance department, our administrators and everyone, they have done a very good job in the 18 years that I've lived here in making sure that when it comes time for a bond to be placed on a ballot and for voters to go out and vote for it, that it's not something that we don't need. Moving forward, whatever we decide, whether to stay with how things are or not, when it comes to educating the community, I have some faith in our communications department that they're going to do an excellent job at getting that information out to our community. I mean, they have been doing an amazing job with social media posts and the website and all of that. And so I think moving forward, when it comes to educating the community, I don't see where that is going to be a problem because, I mean, they have been doing some really good stuff. So kudos to them. I just want to add that. I just, yeah, people need to come out and vote, but there's only so much that we can do as trustees and that the district can do.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
I appreciate what you're saying. You've all pretty much said something similar in that we need to have more votes. We need to have more people representing the community out to vote. I agree. We do.
turnout.
And we have a vehicle for doing that. It's November elections. November elections, we'll have more people out to vote. We'll get a better representation. Is it going to increase the votes because we have them in November? I think so. I think that you'll have way more votes. I think really the concern is, if we're being honest, the concern is, will it pass if it's in November? That's what you've said, Mr. McIntyre.
And shouldn't that, as a board of trustees, be one of your top concerns, that you have the funds to provide the services and resources that our kids need to be educated?
So we can have a long conversation about that. I think as board trustees, we have a responsibility both to the district and to the community. We represent both at the same time. And
Agreed.
you can always throw more money at something. I'm not saying we're wasting money. I am not saying that. I'm not saying we don't need schools. I'm saying that we need to have more representation with the community. This instructions that we have here is very clear on what has to be on that ballot. It's the same thing in May as it is in November. If I can walk up in May and read it, or I can walk up in November and read it, I'm going to make that decision. It's not because of what some community said, hey, I'm going to build a new school. I'm going to look at it and I'm going to make a decision based upon what I think is going on.
Agreed, Dwayne, but what you keep trying to twist my words on the uneducated voter part is, when I speak on that, when we have a vote, if we have a vote that the main thing on the ballot is bonds, okay, in May, the people who are coming out know what they're coming out for. They have a thought, they have a belief, they have a feeling on that. And whether it's for or against, they're coming out with that purpose. And so they know what it's about. They've probably taken time to read something ahead of time. They've taken time to do some research and have a opinion on what they're going to do prior to they come to the board, to the polls, based on that deal. When you come to a deal, I agree with you on the wording, but if I have not done any research and I have no idea, I didn't read my mailer that came to me, I didn't see a presentation, I didn't go on the board and see, or on the webpage and use the estimator to see the effect of this on myself, I'm going to read the proposition, and what's interesting is the last line of it says, this is a property tax increase. So if I have no other information, I have done no research into what the school is doing with that money, and that's what I see, what does the majority of people think if they have no idea what the school is going to do with it? And I think that's the problem we run into, which is why we wholeheartedly believe that there's no reason to limit ourselves to a single election a year.
All right, I think we've all spoken. We'll entertain a motion if anybody has one.
I'm going to make a motion that we eliminate the May bond date and move to just the November.
Got a motion from Mr. Kelly? No second.
Sounds like no second.
All right. The motion dies. Do we need a motion to keep as is, or we just, no? All right, we'll move, with no further action on that, we will move to item number 14, special education programming.
I have asked Ms. Fuller tonight to present some information. I know we've had some discussion back and forth on this, and so the presentation was in your packet so that you could review it ahead of time, but we're going to go through it one more time here. I'm sorry, I'll have to scroll for you because it's a PDF, right? Is it on? Try now.
Hello, yes. Well, thank you for letting me be here. This is just, it's one of the light of the special education department that we get to share just the amazing work that happens each day at every campus. And this is our why. These are only a few of the students that we get to support
we're over 2,000 students who receive services through special education, and every day they are coming. They're coming here based off the amazing work that's happening on campuses. The facilities we have, the curriculum that we're supporting them with, the teachers that are supporting both general education and special education, and our amazing administrators that are pulling that thread through. So that helps keep the why. And so I want to share just a little bit about what the law says, because the pathway that we'll talk through for this presentation is what does that continuum of services that we're supposed to be provided in every district look like. This governs us. IDA is federal regulation that says that students do have the opportunity to be included in general education settings where it's appropriate. And later on in the presentation, I'll talk through what that looks like, how those decisions are made, because that is a data-driven decision. We also have the Texas Education Code, Texas Administration Code that also pulls that thread through. And then interesting, Section 504 also helps to support that, because we also have to make sure that we're providing equal access and non-discrimination based on disability. So every school district has to follow those guidance, both legal, which is federal and state. So the continuum, I've tried to break it down in kind of a visual format. And on this left-hand side, where it says general education, in special education world, we call that least restrictive environment. When we go all the way to the end, where homebound and out of district, that's most restrictive. So we'll talk through each one of them. And things that we look at as we're supporting and planning for each individualized education program for students. We want to make sure that we're making placement decisions that are good, and that if training is needed or additional support is needed or resources or space, those cannot be decisions that would prohibit us from being able to provide services. As a board, you guys have always done a great job of providing resources. Last year, you increased stipends for our centralized programs or self-contained programs, and when we get to there, I'll talk a little bit about the structure and what that looks like. So thank you for that ongoing support. We'll start with general education, and really all students have that opportunity to have supports, which in our world we talk about tier 1, which are supports with strong curriculum and differentiation in the classroom, how we support not only academics but behavior. Some students do well in that tier 1, and some students, based off the data that the district continues to pull forward, may need small group instruction. They may need some additional behavior supports, and that can look like either campus support from the campus counselors, and then you guys have also invested as a board in behavior specialists that also help support campuses when we have students that come in with behavior needs that are a little bit more out of the normal structure of a classroom. And then tier 3, again, we know students. We are seeing some trends where students are coming to us in Princeton. They've stopped at multiple districts before they've gotten here, so they had not had the opportunity to be steeped in our curriculum and with our teachers. And so continuing to hone in and have, sometimes that's even one-on-one, providing that support on very targeted areas that we see gaps. We know this is good for all students, and we do have students who receive services that are in general education, and maybe accommodations are the only thing they're getting along with that tier 1, 2, or 3 supports. speech only. So we have SWEET students that, based off the evaluation that's been provided from our diagnosticians, our speech therapists, our licensed school psychologists, and we narrow it down. The only area where there needs specially designed instruction is in speech. We do have speech therapists that serve students on all of our campuses. We have speech therapists and we have speech therapist assistants, and we get to serve them ages 3 all the way to 21. Social skills sometimes is an area that our students who may only have a speech eligibility, because there are some language skills that they have not been able to solidify. So not only are they helping, if a student may be struggling with saying their R's or their S's, that's one, that's articulation, but there's a language component that we also support them with. And there's strong research around making sure we get those language areas intact, because without that, we see some down the line potential academic deficits if those aren't taken care of. Now, sometimes we have students who only have a speech-only eligibility, and you may see them. They may also receive support in inclusion or sometimes even in resource, and we'll talk about that. We call those our super speech kids because the evaluation that we do has not determined they meet one of the other 12 eligibility areas, but we know that there's some deficits and that we want to make sure that we're supporting and solidifying where they have some deficits. Inclusion. So again, when you heard me say at the beginning of the presentation where we have general education, we have speech, and we have inclusion. So normally students who are going into, that means they're going into a general education classroom. Most of the time we have our paraprofessionals who are going in and supporting them in the classroom for a designated amount of time. The why can look different. Sometimes it's behavior. So if they had my Avery Fuller, it would be help keeping him on task because that's a struggle area for him. So the person in there would help make sure that they're supporting keeping him on task, because I need him to be listening to the amazing instruction that's going on in the classroom by the general education teacher who is the content expert. They're the ones that our curriculum department have poured in, not only with the resources that you guys have made sure that we have, but as well as the training. Sometimes we have students that their needs are some academic gaps, and that may be after the direct teach instruction has been conducted by the teacher. The paraprofessional may pull some small groups and help support and do some reteaching, because they may need to hear it or see it a little bit different. Why a student is in inclusion is specific to, again, to their individual education plan. Resource is really where students, generally we're seeing pretty larger gaps. Normally when there's a 3 to 4 year gaps where they're behind and where they should be, there are times we feel like they need to be pulled out in some of their day with a special education teacher providing very targeted, what we use is called specially designed instruction to help close learning gaps. We do have some students based off their profile. They may do pretty well in math, so they could have some math inclusion because attention could be a concern, but their evaluation reflected that they needed resource support to have some very targeted academic instruction in English language arts. And so it is very targeted. Sometimes we are looking at the prerequisite skills or the skills that were missed, that we need to close those gaps so we can help get them closer to what's happening at that grade level. Sometimes we have sweet students that you heard me say in inclusion, they may need some help because attention, helping them to stay focused. Sometimes when we pull out, even on the resource side, we are also working on some of those behavioral or social skills. That is a deficit area for some students, so helping to teach them how to work in a group collaboratively, or how not to blurt out in the middle of class 14 times that gets the class off topic of what the teacher is trying to teach. So there's some very targeted supports that we put in place. Our centralized classrooms, that definitely is an area that we're continuing to see growth. And when I say that, those are classrooms that the majority of the time, the level of special education support that a student needs is the majority of their time is in that classroom. If you look up there, we do have centralized classrooms, ECSE, that's in our both of our early childhood centers. So we have 3-year-old classrooms and 4-year-old classrooms for students who are needing specially designed instruction. We have ABLE, that's really targets more our students that have pretty significant behavior deficits that we're trying to work in a very structured, leveled system manner to help get their behavior back in a better place where they can, where it's appropriate, move back in at times to the general education classroom. And then we have life skills and functional academics. Most of the time, our students who are receiving services in those classrooms have some significant cognitive deficits, and so we're working on a lot of prerequisite skills to support them. And then we have our structured learning, which those many times are students who have autism eligibility, and there are very prescriptive programming that we do to support and help with their brain style difference. Some of the students there are able to, because their cognition may be intact, but we're working on some of the social components that can be barriers in a larger gen ed classroom, working on that where we can potentially, where it's appropriate, have them go into general education. Again, it's very targeted based off the data and where a student's being successful. And the last one at the very end of the continuum that we talked about is most restrictive, and that's homebound, hospital, and residential. And where that comes into play, we actually do have students who are in the district that have some pretty significant medical needs, that they're medically fragile. It's not safe for them to be at school because of the medical components that they have going on. So we have staff that go to their home to provide those services. Students can receive programming in hospitals. Since Princeton does not have a hospital in our boundaries, generally we see them going to Children's, and so the district that the hospital resides is required to provide programming for them. What we do try to provide is that partnership, because let's just say Children's Dallas, they're going to go, we're going to just pick whatever up and they're going to provide that to our students. So we do try to partner with them and try to provide work. So will you at least keep them pacing, because they will come back to us. So the more that we can keep them on track with our scope and sequence is helpful. And then the last is residential. We are seeing, interesting enough, on our centralized program, we are having a pretty high percentage of students that are moving into the district that had already been placed from their previous school district in a centralized programming. So we're seeing that, which is a testament to the work that we're doing. Those are very intensive classrooms, because generally they're students that have high level of needs, and so the staff in there are definitely on roller skates all day, helping to support not only academics but behavior, communication. Sometimes they're having to do feeding tubes, trachs. It's a pretty wide span of what they do to support. So what happens? You heard me say we have students that are moving to the district for services. The process is when they come to the district, we have to look at the paperwork. And we have to decide what is that comparable service that the other district was providing and what does that look like here in Princeton. You see some variance. All districts have unique names for programs. For example, our behavior program is called ABLE. Some districts call it PASS, DISC. It's just a cute name, but it's generally around behavior. So we look at what does that look like when they're coming in with services. We put that plan in place because we don't know the student. The only thing that we know is the paperwork first that we receive, and then the student shows up. And so sometimes we get the opportunity, the paperwork looks like, oh my gosh, there's a lot going on with this kiddo, and they show up, and it's like, was this the same kiddo, right? And sometimes we get paperwork, they look kind of benign, like there's not a lot going on, and then it looks like a different kiddo. Could be a lot of reasons. It's a big transition. They may have moved from one family to another. There's a lot of changes. So we do put the plan in place, collect data, because what we can always do is come back around the table and revise the plan. The one thing that's a little bit different on comparable services, even out of state to state, it's not apples to apples. So sometimes the programming, what California does, looks way different than Texas. So again, trying to look at it from the lens of the data of the paperwork, we get the student, and then we take that data and determine, hey, after we have the student in, we're working with them, we may need to come back to the table and make adjustments, which is perfectly fine. We would do that whether they were a transfer student or a current student. Will you go back one? Thank you. So just so you know, transfer students, you heard me say we review the paperwork. We have a meeting. When you see the word ARD, that's a admission, review, and dismissal. It feels like you're buying a house because there's a ton of paper and it's all legally bound that we have to do. But the nice part of it, it's really looking at the data to make sound plans for students. If it's not working, we'll come back around the table. If it's a behavior area, our behavior specialists are involved in trying to help and support while we're looking at what may need to change. We have our instructional coaches that can also help and support with some of the academic pieces, depending on where the needs are of the student. The nice part, our current students are a little bit easier because if they've been with us, we have data, and that's nice, right? We are able to see that historical piece, what's worked. Sometimes we see a change. There was a great plan in place that our elementary team had in place, and then they go to middle school, and sometimes middle schoolers in general, they lose their mind a little bit, right? And it may not be a skill issue, it could be a will issue. So we may need to adjust some things, and that's okay. Again, we're able to come back to that ARD meeting. And so the people that are in that meeting that are making those decisions, that's the campus administration, that's the general education teacher, that's a special education teacher, and our diagnostician. Those are kind of the minimal, and parents. But we do have other staff that can be a part of it. So depending on the plan of the student, that could also include a speech therapist, our physical therapist, our occupational therapist, our VI teacher. So again, depending on what the student has met criteria for, those people are coming around the table looking at data to then go, what's working, what's not, and do we need to adjust? Does that mean they need more special education time, or if they're doing amazing, we may need to back off that. So that it's not always that things are not going well. We get just as much as the celebrations, but those meetings are important to be able to look at the data to help support the programming and plan. Sorry. Nope, you're good. So the part that probably is it's another challenge, and I'll tell you why. We know the knowns. So when we, in the school year, we start the school year, we know who's with us. And so that's how we start looking at planning, working with the master schedules. Our campus administrators do an amazing job because that's a beast in itself. And so looking at the time that was decided upon in the ARD meeting, where does that fit in the master schedule, when to pull? Because we always want to be mindful that we're trying to not pull when there's strong core instruction going on in the general education classroom, because you heard me say earlier, our general education teachers, they're the content experts. And I say that because a fifth grade teacher gets the opportunity to focus on fifth grade content, right? They're steeped in that. When you think about a special education teacher, whether it's a centralized classroom, whether it's a resource teacher, they're responsible for multiple grade bands. And the piece that they're able to do is look at what's the specially designed instruction, those very targeted skills, those prerequisite skills that was missed at some point, and work on that, but they are never going to be the expert for every single grade band that they have. So there are some pluses for students where it's appropriate, being in inclusion and having that opportunity to hear that rich instruction. There is a plus, but there are some students that's not going to be appropriate for them where they're at. And it's also finding that nice balance that students that are coming into the classroom, that it's not making ongoing huge disruptions into the classrooms. Now, everyone has moments, so one-off, that happens, but if it's ongoing, that's where we have to look at the plan and see what's working versus what's not working. Another unique piece that we're getting the opportunity to deal with is we are having students who are coming to the district that have not been in school. They've been in ABA, and so that's applied behavior analysis. A lot of times you see the students who have autism eligibility are in programs like that, but that's not the only one. And so they're working on a program like that. A parent goes through, they get an evaluation, and insurance pays for that. So when that happens, of course, these clinics are like, hey, we want you as much as possible because there is reimbursement component for them. ABA, there is a time and a place for it because it does help with some compliance components for some students, but it does nothing for academics. So you think about a student that comes to a campus who is a second grader, has not been in school, and they come tomorrow. It's their August right now, right? They're trying to figure out school, and that is very challenging because you've got a classroom who already has a lot of well-established routines and structure. The unique thing about special education is we also, before we do an evaluation, we have to make sure that a student has had the opportunity to have a education opportunity, right? If they haven't been with us, that part is a gap, and that's a challenge, right? So we do see a high percentage, it's not just Princeton specific, A lot of districts are seeing where parents, that's a parent choice, right? But it does create some additional areas to maneuver through when you have someone who comes in March and this is their first school experience. The other part that's unique when I talked about students who came to us from other districts, some districts have more centralized programming on campuses. And so if I was a student who needed some inclusion support, but let's just say sometimes I may have some little minimal behavior bumps in the road, and that campus happened to have a behavior program there where they could just check in with a teacher. They didn't need to be there all day, but they had that check-in. That's nice to have, but that's not a student that we would ever say they need to go their 100% of their day into a centralized classroom. So sometimes we see that. You see when we get the paperwork and we're trying to decipher through what's the comparable services, that gets a little bit unique because not all of our campuses have centralized programming, nor would it be fiscally prudent for us to do that. So a lot of kind of twists and turns in the world of special education that we get to do. But at the end of the day, again, I do have to celebrate the work that's happening on campuses to support our fast growth, our students coming with more needs. We have students that are coming to us with trauma, behavior needs, gaps in academics. And so partnering with campuses on how to support that is really one of the things that we work very hard to try to do. Some things that we are continuing to look at, and maybe I wrote this as points of consideration or growth, is to keep on making sure that we're being very targeted with training. Not only in academics, because remember on the special education side of the house, we have multiple bands that we're supporting students in, but also continuing to fill the buckets of our staff that are providing inclusion, more inclusion strategies, because every student needs are not the same, right? That's why, again, in our world, it's an IEP, it's an individual education plan, and that's specific to that student. The other part is us continuing to use data to adjust student programming if they're not being successful. And again, that's okay to say, hey, this isn't working, and we need to come back to the table to see what we need to do to adjust. That ongoing work with the master schedule, again, that's a beast, and I am thankful our administrators have that, because that is some heavy lifting. But as I said earlier, we know our knowns, but because of our growth, the unknowns sometimes put a wrench in that. And there was a discussion earlier about adding and what does that look like when our numbers get high. That does happen. We start with who we know and we try to have a buffer, but I'll use Mr. Locke's campus. His 6th grade resource numbers they looked really good when we started the year. And for whatever reason, his numbers, a lot of it was move-in, spiked up. It's really challenging at this time of the year to get a strong special education teacher that can step in at this time. So what we did is added a paraprofessional that can help support, because the one thing about paraprofessionals being in the classroom is that collaboration with the special education teacher, or if they're in an inclusion class, a general education teacher, and dividing up kids. I can pull this small group after you've done instruction. And they're able to work with other students, because especially at secondary, we have to be very mindful that kids do not feel like they're being singled out, because they will shut down. We see it some at upper elementary. You know, they want to know, hey, you're not targeting me, and you're okay, and you're going to come in and help support everyone. One of the things that we're trying to do to use our student information system, Infinite Campus, is put a percentage on there is when we get up to 30% of students who are receiving special education services in a class for it to give us alert. And that alert really then allows us to dig in and see, okay, who are those students? Because remember, we have students, a speech-only student, although they have needs, it's not the same as some of our students who may have some behavior areas that we're working on and some academic gaps, but it is something that allows us not to get into where we're having an inclusion class that's weighted too heavy. We are looking at ratios to use for staffing purposes for fast growth. In the past, the district really didn't have to do that. We were small. You kind of had your numbers, and we stayed pretty static. Right now, again, you heard me say, especially on our centralized classrooms, that is a number that we're continuing to see students that are coming in, and they're coming in with high levels of need. So having a base of when we hit this threshold, we need to look at the students, and then does that tip over? Is that a paraprofessional? Or as we're currently looking at our current known numbers right now, students that are moving up, there are some rooms that we're probably going to make a recommendation that we need to open up an additional self-contained room just based off numbers. The stipends that you guys provided for our self-contained classes, and again, the work, if you've never been in one, I am happy to, because there's a lot going on. They are amazing, the work that they do. But last year, the board allowed us to increase that stipend, and we've seen the benefit of the quality of staff that have been able to be in those classrooms and make gains for students. So I thank you for that. We're continuing to recruit, so pushing that is a nice recruiting tool that if you're wanting to come to a great district, and self-contained is an area that you're looking at. We have a $10,000 stipend plus all the other things that we have. That is a good recruiting tool. And we also, because of the work that's been happening, Region 10 has reached out to us about having some other districts come and see some of our programs. And again, that's a testament to the work that's happening on the campus to make sure that we are continuing to raise that bar of expectation where people that
We knew your mic was fixing to die. He's going to swap you out right here, sorry.
Sorry.
John had talked too long earlier, 73 slides.
But am I on?
Is it on?
Hello.
It's on. Yeah.
So I think that says a lot about Region 10, who services a very large area, to see the work that we are doing and supporting students regardless of where their needs are. And then just another celebration. We this year applied for 2 grants, and one was for ECSE, and that's our early childhood special education. And we've been awarded a $60,000 grant that allows us to not only address some training and some curriculum components to support our students that are at that 3 and 4 very integral age to do that intervention. But we just found out today that we were awarded the autism grant. And what's a little bit unique about this grant is TA wants you to work with other districts and go in together when you apply for the grant. So we applied with Richardson, Garland, Wolf City, and Denison, but each district gets to still have their goals of what they want to be able to bring back and support their district. And so that will include additional training. It's going to include sub-days to be able to support some of the training. It will also have curriculum pieces. The grant right now for year 1 for the consortium, so I didn't bring the breakdown, but it's $995,000 that we were awarded for year 1. It's a 2-year grant, so we'll get, we're not sure what they're gonna give us on the 2-year, but again, the beautiful part to that, it continues to allow us to pour into our staff. It will allow us to also do some pouring into our parents, who are also an integral part through this journey. So we are doing some great things. Definitely know there's some things that we can continue to do better and make sure that we're making always looking at the data to make good student decisions, and then being okay to say if it's not working, let's come back around the table. So questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
I was just waiting on you to finish. That, first of all, thank you for sharing this. I'm so impressed at the fact that we have these grants and that we've been granted those. So kudos to you guys on working on that. One of the things, I was writing my questions down as you were going through, so I'd have to kind of go back in some of the places. Because you did not take a breath. I was like, she's not pausing, but I love it. I love it. You are passionate about it. I can say I do appreciate the structure of the continuum and how you kind of broke all that down. So thank you for explaining the way that this is set up for us, because as someone who has a strong heart for our SPED students, this was good for me to learn about and to actually see. One of my first questions, I'd like to understand how we're measuring the effectiveness and the consistency across campuses, particularly with our student outcomes. I know there's been a lot of talk, like on social media, and I've talked to other parents. I'm just curious about that. That's the first question.
Sure. So I think there's 2 pieces when you think about outcomes, because in my world, those ARD meetings, the admission, review, and dismissal, there's goals that students have. So those are tracked every 9 weeks. And those are very targeted based off the individual needs that a student has, either academically and or behaviorally. And that's data driven. And our case managers, that's their role in pulling the data on whether it's benchmarks, whether it's teacher-made tests, sometimes it's behavior. So sometimes it's, are we moving from 5 minutes off task? Are we getting them up to 7 minutes off task? So there's a lot of data that goes into that. So outside of that, as far as the other overall curriculum data, it is the same intentionality around instruction, especially for our resource and inclusion, our case managers that are supporting there. They are partnering with our curriculum instruction department and continuing to be steeped in that training to make sure that we have the same lens of providing that instruction. The only thing difference that then happens is knowing that this is what the standard says a student needs to know. The piece that's kind of what we call the specially designed instruction is they're called prerequisite skills. And so we may have to start with some objectives. This is our overall goal, but here's our steps to get there. And so while they're pulling students and working with them, either in resource, in those centralized classrooms, or even in inclusion, that's part of the instructional components that are happening. Because students, regardless of your cognitive ability, they are assessed on a grade level assessment. Our life skills, functional academic students, they take what we call a Star Alt 2, but it's still a Star Alt 2 for biology, just at a prerequisite level. So the data is being monitored just like we monitor every student's data. It doesn't get left out of the reports when we are looking at how students are making progress.
Is that where so when we look, so I know we're getting a lot of students from tons of states. So I've, like when I'm on patrols, sometimes I get people from Delaware, Florida, California. Some of the states that I wouldn't have thought. And a lot of it's, I'll ask them, what brought you out here? And it's usually affordability. There's lots of jobs in Dallas, and then this is the cheapest place to be there. So with that, I know you look at the comparable services that they have from whatever state, and then is it the ARDs that are having us reevaluate whether they're in the right placements? Okay.
So there's two things that happens, especially for a student who's coming in from out of state. We generally have to redo their evaluation. That's the evaluation that determines do they still meet criteria for a student in special education for under one of the 13 qualifying areas. That's one piece. Then the second part is the same map testing and the same benchmarks. We're gathering that information. Some of it's teacher-made when we're like, they're not there yet. And then that's the beauty, what special education staff are doing is working on those gaps that they missed. Either they didn't have in their state, or maybe they missed it because of their cognitive profile.
Okay. So, and are we getting better at evaluating? Or I wonder, is it, because I would even think from another school, it's different when they're coming here. Another state, it could also be different depending on the region or the school or whatever, not just the state evaluation. So is that something that we're learning and getting better at, or trying to guesstimate better?
So when I say evaluations, so that part is really looking at eligibility, but in that has their IQ, it has their academic strengths. And so then with all of that together, it determines whether they meet eligibility. So a special education full and individual evaluation is not apples to apples to standards, but it does show us where some of their soft spots are, and then what does that look like, and their learning profile. Is it their short-term memory? So then how are we going to strengthen that for them to be able to retain that?
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's so many complexities depending on the kiddo, but
Gotcha.
When I say evaluation, it really is looking at, do they meet criteria? But by and large, there've been a battery of tests that's been done for where their cognitive profile is, and then there's also academic subsets that shows where they may have some weaknesses. Gotcha. That then allows us to help drive a plan.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, I appreciate that we're getting grants. That's wonderful. And I also appreciate how you broke everything down to explain it all to us. I've experienced that in the classroom. Do we have dedicated resource teachers at each campus that SPED and 504 kids can go to at any time?
So we do have resource teachers at every campus. 504 is it's a kind of a different program, and I'll talk about that in just a second, because we do have some supports that can do that. But yes, we do have resource teachers that are supporting students. We have, when you saw the centralized classroom, sometimes we use that language self-contained or centralized. That's the same thing. We have centralized special education teachers that are on the campuses, and then we have paraprofessionals that are also supporting. Most of the time their work is with inclusion or in those self-contained classrooms. They're also pulling and supporting. They can never do the initial instruction, like brand new teaching for a student, but our paras are able to do reteach and support. Especially our paras know our kids back and forth, like they are amazing. And so they're like, yeah, he didn't get that. I'm gonna pull him to the side and make sure, because I know what his style is, to be able to pull that thread through. 504 does not come with services. 504 comes with accommodations, but when you think about it, our middle school campus, our net, because that has the opportunity to support all students. So our NET program at middle school could have a student who meets eligibility on the 504 side of the house to go in and receive some accommodations or some additional support in there.
So is there a separate resource teacher at Southern, or is the net used as the resource teacher?
So great question. So we do have separate resource teachers. So you said Southern, so yes, we have a ELAR resource teacher, and we have a math resource teacher. Our net teachers do have caseloads, special education caseloads that they're supporting and gathering data. Most of the time, it's students who are mainly in inclusion, which again, that's most students in inclusion have a lower level of need. They're pulling them when they need to come in net. They may do help them with a oral administration of a test or break a concept down, but our net teachers do support as well.
And how often are paras in the classroom? Is it two to three times a week, or is it every day?
More than a lot. Most campuses, it's going to be, they will be in classes every day. The class could look different. So you heard me talk about ARD meetings, and so what drives that is, I'll use my son, Avery Fuller. We'll look at what Avery Fuller is able to do at this time of the year compared to his peers. That's where we start looking at where's Avery's gaps, okay? Those gaps, then we determine, are there IEP goals that need to be written? And once those goals are written, we determine how much time is needed to implement that level of support. So again, if Avery's was to be able to help him stay on track, he may not need anyone until the last 15 minutes to make sure he knows what he's supposed to work on when he leaves, because he's not good about getting it all down on paper. That could be a para could come in that last 15 minutes. We have some paras that are in classes for longer amount of times, but that's driven by the ARD committee and the data from the student.
So the para isn't in there all the time. They may just be in there for 15 minutes or so?
It depends. It's going to depend on the student. Okay. There are some paras that would be in the classroom the entire time.
I'm trying to understand, okay.
Yeah, they're on roller skates. I'm going to tell you, our paras are moving. And so again, depending on what the need is for that inclusion support determines how much time the paraprofessional is in there.
Do we have enough resources to deal with what we need for central classrooms? Are we doing okay there?
We have resources as far as supporting them in the curriculum, the resources. I think the piece that we're going to have to look at is potentially adding some additional classrooms based off our current known numbers. So what we do, Miss Ledford and Miss Croy, they have sweet friends that are coming up. They're 4-year-olds that are coming into kinder. So we do rubrics to look at based off their data on where they may go, which could be a centralized classroom or a resource classroom. And then we know the students that are either staying on a campus because they're not moving grade-wise. And then we're also looking at the students who are leaving elementary to middle, and then middle. So I would say right now, based off numbers that we know, we will need to look at some additional staffing for that.
Thank you. And then, if an inclusion student is misplaced by the teacher's estimation, is it possible that she's able to go somewhere and get some help and see if you can retest that student to see if they're really in the right place?
So the testing necessarily wouldn't be, we would not redo a
Maybe
full.
testing was the wrong word.
Yeah.
Consideration.
100%. So data. So even our paras that are in there, they're collecting data along with the teacher that really drives what does that pathway look like for a student? How are they doing? Are they making progress? If they're not, that's really where that conversation comes back to an ARD meeting. And sometimes there's two things. Did we implement the plan with fidelity? We always have to ask that. We're humans. Sometimes that happens, right? We may need to redo some training. But sometimes it is that, you know, as students matriculate up through grades, school gets harder, and where some of their profiles are, inclusion may not continue to be where it's the best plan for them, and that may need to be pulled back with some additional resource time.
There's some data that says that 65% of learning is eliminated in a classroom when there's a significant discipline problem that day.
Mm-hmm.
That could be impacting our scores on the STAR test if we're having those kinds of issues. So what do you need to deliver your goals? What do you need? What can we do to empower you and make things work the very best?
So discipline isn't just for students who are receiving services. We have sweet friends that aren't. What we have been appreciative of having our behavior specialists that can kind of help go in, push in, model. We can, having additional behavior specialists is a request, and I'll tell you why. When we have campuses, and I'll give an example from this year. We had a teacher that started out in Mr. Boring's campus as a life skills teacher, and she decided that was not a good fit. Well, we were not going to look at our sub list and just pick anyone and say that's what would set number one, that sub up to be success, or the students. So what we did is we pulled one of our behavior specialists to be in there until we were able to find a suitable replacement, because that's what's right for kids. When that happens, that does impact, because they have campuses that they're supporting. So, and yes, we do have students that come in, and when their behavior continues to be high, we do have the behavior specialists over there supporting and trying to help reduce that. Sometimes we're able to do that and things get in a better spot, and that's not just students who are receiving services. They're supporting both students who are only a general education student, and they're also supporting students who are receiving services. And sometimes students then, if their behavior is not getting in a better place, then we may need to look at, is there a more restrictive environment for them?
Do we have a behavior specialist on each campus?
We do not have a behavior specialist on each campus right now, no ma'am.
Starla?
Oh, back on me. So I had quite a few questions, but Cindy was actually asking a lot of the questions that I had, kind of running into along the lines of staffing. I'm kind of going back to that. Are we understaffed to run all these programs effectively and efficiently? Or do you think we are properly staffed? I know you said that you could use another behavioral specialist. And then the other piece of that is just thinking about placement for the kids that, like if a program is full, how is that working?
Well, luckily, we haven't had a full yet, and we've been pretty creative. We are currently working on looking at our knowns and putting some ratios in place and getting the data from students that are moving. And the piece that's still unique is every day they're coming. I think, I don't remember if it was Cindy or LaShawn said, oh, we got 2 more today, right? And so it's constantly, I think once we're able to at least get, here's our known based off how students have done this year, we'll be coming back with what we think recommendations are that also give us a little breathing room, because the higher percentage of students that are coming into us are students that end up with a lot of time in centralized classrooms. And so trying to have 17, 18 students in there that are high level of needs, there's a lot going on. Now, again, we've got some amazing teachers doing good things. That's not sustainable because they're going to keep coming, right? And so trying to get a little bit of buffer room to be able to do that is really would be the wish.
Okay. So I know one of the bigger things that I've heard consistently from various teachers at different levels, like from high school all the way down to elementary, is in regards to them having the inclusive classrooms, right? I know a lot of teachers have complained that that are general education teachers have complained that it's hard when they're having the inclusive model and trying to maintain all of that, especially if they don't have a para, and then the amount of paras that we actually have. So I know there was a lot of question, I guess, that kind of came around that. Are we looking at potentially making changes, like going into the next school year with how we're tackling that, or are we trying to stick to the inclusive model?
So when you go back to the continuum of services that I started with, and prior to that, the regulations that we are required from federal, state, the inclusion continuum is what we are required to provide. Now, can we refine and get better at what we do? 100%. And those are things that, you know, there's growing pains, there's, have there been some kiddos that probably needed a different change? Yes, there's a lot of variables. But we have seen success too for students in inclusion that are able to get that rich instruction where it's appropriate, because when you think of most students that would be in an inclusive classroom, most of the time do not have as large gaps, with the only caveat is we do have our students in our centralized classrooms that there are times that they're able to go in because they can have some really unique splinter skills where, let's just say, science is a area where they can go in with some modified work that's been prepared by the centralized classroom teacher for them to be part of that general education classroom, but that's support going in. We would not just send them in and go, good luck, right? So, you know, it is a balance. There's, again, we have some growing pains, we have some training pains. We want to make sure that we're pouring into staff that they not only feel like they can be an integral part to help academically, but also then to help with some of those nuances that are very specific, that are some of the strategies that's really kind of comes out of the special education, especially design instruction world. So finding that nice balance.
Are we talking to staff that actually has the SPIT students? Like, do we include them in some of the decision-making as we're coming up with what's best for everyone? Just curious.
So when you think about when decisions are made, okay, so the continuum's the continuum. But those specific student decisions are made in the ARD meeting. And remember, I said that makeup is general education teacher, that's principal, that's special education teacher, that's diagnostician, and that body coming around the table and feeling like everybody has a voice is important, because they're going to have some of that integral knowledge of the student being in their classroom. The only unknown is our sweet friends that haven't been with us and they show up on our doorstep tomorrow, and all we have to go off of is paperwork until we get to know them.
I would just strongly encourage you guys to consider talking with a lot of the teachers, or at least having some open dialogue with them that are impacted, that are taking, like in the inclusion or inclusive classrooms, having conversations with them and kind of letting them know, like, instead of just, this is what you need to do, like maybe we focus on doing a little bit more training. I don't know what training we're currently doing.
Sure.
We could be already doing that. But one of the biggest things that was shared with me from a couple of teachers that are going through this is that no one ever even talked to us about it. We've got this, we're trying to work it out, but it's been a huge challenge for them.
Yeah.
So I don't know that that's something that you guys have considered doing, but maybe we should.
And the art is also directed for just that student. That is
Yes,
inclusion.
exactly.
So as far as
But I'm
the
talking about in
advocacy
general.
side for the gen ed class, there's no art or some sort of committee for that.
So we did have the opportunity this year to go to several of the elementary campuses and just meet. We sat there for the day, and staff, gen ed staff, rotated through what's going well, what's not going well. We had one at Lovelady as well. And I agree, I think that open dialogue is important. I think it also helps because when staff come from different districts and have had different experiences, and understanding, they may have some good insight that we haven't thought about, but also looking at what we feel like is also, we're seeing gains for students. So yeah, I do think that there's a great opportunity for that ongoing communication. We also, at one of our district PD days, had some inclusion sessions that anybody could come through, and we had a ton of general education staff that came through that, again, had good insight, had positive things. You know, sometimes there's things that are off track, and we need to know that, because there's no way my area can know where everything's off track. So keeping that open line of communication, I agree, is important.
One of my big concerns is for the middle students. We have a lot of programs to help the lower students, the students that are struggling. We have a lot of programs to help the very bright students, but it's generally the middle students that get forgotten. And I want to put a bright light on them, and I want them to be able to reach their full potential as well.
Absolutely.
And they can't be the forgotten middle anymore.
Absolutely. And, you know, Cindy, when you say that, and honestly, I don't want any student forgotten. Many of the students that may hit that middle piece really are some of the inclusion. They may still have a little foot in the resource door, but really are on that side of the continuum. But just making sure that we are continuing to pour into them and allow them to reach that potential that they have to give. Absolutely.
It's just so hard as a teacher when you have 30 to 40% sped with all these accommodations, and then you have these other kids to actually teach them all the richness that they're ready for, and still accommodate for all the things that you have to accommodate for. With, like, I had 40 kids in a classroom, 25 of them were special ed.
Yeah.
What do you do with that? That's really, really difficult. And so it's just something that I think I want to put in your mind, and I really want you to think about how to make their learning enriched as well. I know the year sped, but we've got to remember that if we're in the inclusion classroom, we have to deal with the whole classroom.
Right. Well, the beautiful part in special programs, we have students in many different programs, not just special education. So that's definitely where our heart and support is at. And, you know, that's the challenge of making sure that we're meeting each student, whether they receive services or not, right? That's our goal as educators, to make sure at the end of the day, we're making sure that each student is being able to reach their potential and support them in the areas that they may not be there yet, but also enhance the areas that they are. So we're on the same page with that for sure.
Thank you. I think Ms. Ledesma has a couple questions.
I have 6 questions. Ready? Okay. Okay, so on slide, and I know it was kind of lightly brought up earlier about training. So slide 9, we have the central classrooms, which includes our CSE, ABLE, life skills, FAC, and structure. So on that top right corner, it says the classrooms are, no, where is it? The bottom one, the staff is highly trained in academic differentiation and behavior interventions. So what do we consider highly trained? I know we have Region 10. Is that where the staff is getting like specialized training through, or, so what do you consider highly trained?
So some of it is leveraging Region 10. We've got our own staff, our behavior specialists on the behavioral side. They definitely are trying to continue to support and grow. The grants will also allow us to expand and really delve into some areas that we are not there yet. There are some programs that we use that are specific to centralized classroom, and so it is modified curriculum that we're able to help staff see. I'm still teaching the TEAC, but at a prerequisite level. So again, it depends on the setting in the WHO, but we are definitely continuing to try to support and grow our staff, because just like we saw the continuum of student services, we have staff that are on a continuum as well that could be leading some of the training, and we have some that are brand new, and so making sure that we're differentiating for them as well.
And do we have a cap, like on our ABLE unit? Like, what is the limit? What's the teacher-student ratio goals? I know ABLE is completely different from life skills, of course. So what's like our cap for ABLE? What's our cap for life skills? And are we reaching those caps? Are we going over?
So we have not gone over. We've not finalized the cap. So, but what we're projecting right now, ABLE's not over. Actually, ABLE has been, up until recently, Ms. Charles has been doing such a great job over there. I think in a short amount of time, she had 5 students move in from other districts who are already placed in a behavior program. So she had a great Christmas gift and supporting our sweet friends. The numbers where we're seeing, again, the increase are our students who are in our structured learning program, as well as our life skills and functional academics. Those right now we're seeing more move-ins, because the nice part of students that have been with us, we know pretty early where their pathway at least is going to start. Like I said, ECSE, as they're coming out of that from Ms. Ledford's campus and Ms. Croy's campus, we've already done rubrics and have placements on where they're going, but there are knowns, and that's great. It's, again, the piece of those that are unknown that are showing up on our doorstep. So
I guess I didn't get a number. You said we're still coming up with a cap.
Well, and I just want to be careful of you using the word cap, because the one thing I want us to be mindful as a board is.
Cap them, but what number do we start trying to get additional staff for that group? Let me not use the word cap. What's the teacher to student ratio? What's our goal? And when do we start like, whoa, this is too many, since we don't have anything written for that?
So we'll definitely be bringing back bringing it back to you, I will say the caveat is, and it's kind of like what I said when we were looking at students in an inclusion class for our Infinite Campus system to trigger, because you can have 8 students that are pretty benign, and you can have 2 that feel like 15. And so what we will do is when we hit this mark, is it manageable, and are students making progress and teachers are getting what they need? If not, what does that look like as far as support?
Now
So
we're managing right now, I guess, with both ABLE, life skills, resource we're managing.
Yeah, and there's been some campuses even, here's what happens. We've had some students that have come in during the year where and based off their level of need, we looked at first the overall campus schedule, how all special education staff are being used. If there were some that we could potentially use, just being efficient and fiscally prudent. If not, then we go back to the table and look at what's the best way to add. Normally mid-year, especially self-contained, that's really hard. So we have been able to add some paraprofessionals to be able to support and make sure that instruction is happening and we're helping to reduce some of the behavior needs.
In my experience, for what it's worth, the best experience I had when teaching SPED is I was in Plano, and I was the teacher, biology teacher, and we had a resource teacher, and the 2 of us stayed in the classroom the entire time with 16 students.
Right.
That was the very best. Second best was in Allen, when we had a NET program that dealt with all the students, and then we had a resource teacher that dealt with the SPED students, and then we had, of course, the regular biology teacher. So they could go to the resource, they could go to the net, and all the teachers could send them to those 2 locations whenever they had a problem with it. And so what I would say is I think you're doing a fantastic job, but there's always better. So I want you to think outside the box and try to figure out what we can do for 100% of our kids. And I know that's your heart, so I'm preaching to the choir here, but that's my heart too.
Absolutely.
I think that's what I was trying to get to, like, what is like a protocol that we have? You say we don't have anything ran, but I guess we'll get
We're
to
working
that.
on it. It's been in, yes.
And then I still have a few more questions.
Okay.
For resource in slide 8, it says, so resource classes are pull-out services that provide small group for students who are 4 or more years below grade level. Is this a district rule? Is this a law that they must be 4 years, or have we ever entertained the idea of them not being 4 years behind?
It's
Maybe
just,
2 or 1?
just to average. We're not going to go, you're 3.5. We're going to make good student decisions. But you do know when there's gaps that are that wide, what's happening in the classroom is going to be very challenging, and our goal is to really work to close those gaps. And sometimes we know some of our students, when they know they're academically struggling, sometimes we see behavior because they don't want anyone to know that they don't know anything. And so, definitely we don't want that behavior to be impeding the learning that's going on in that general education classroom. And we have some students who are in resource that are academically intact, but we are also having to work on the behavior pieces to be able to help to remediate that, so then we can get them back in the classroom.
And then, let's see, I have 2 more questions. For the out-of-district, there was students that are more, I guess, based at the hospital, that they get served by, you said, other districts, but then we still partner with them. So are you the one responsible for sending that, like, practice, or who on our district does that part?
Yeah, so normally, and homebound can happen on special education side of the house as well as general education side of the house. So generally, I try to be a part of those conversations because most people don't have a lot of experience in that, and so there's a lot of pieces we want to think through to come up with a thoughtful plan depending on what the medical need is of the student. Where I've found in my experience is the more that we can partner with the district that is supposed to be providing services at that hospital, giving them work that helps our students stay paced on Princeton scope and sequence is helpful. And actually they like that because some of it's less work for them to do. If not, they get whatever. And I don't think that's right.
I totally
And so
agree with the support for sure. So is it you or someone else, I guess, in the district that is responsible for that?
So I get the great opportunity to support with the campuses. Those are actual meetings we have to put that in place on what that homebound support or hospital support is going to look like.
Thank you. And then the last question is, when kids transfer in from other districts, what is our goal? Is it written or not? I don't know. You tell me how long until they receive their services. I know the scheduling is also, the master schedule is really complicated, but.
You know, we try to get a pretty quick turnaround and get a transfer plan in place so that if the parent, number one, tells us their student was receiving services, because sometimes that doesn't happen. And then we find out when records are requested and they're like, oh, they had all of this support. So there could be a little bit of a delay. But the transfer paperwork doesn't take very long, so it's within a few days of them being here, we should be able to have a plan in place. Yeah, we try to make sure that we get them up and running. Like I said, sometimes the variables is if it's an unknown. But I'll give an example. Ms. Gales at Green had a student that showed up on our campus and things were a little unique, and she talked to the kiddo, and the kiddo gave some language like they may have been in a smaller class. And so a parent did not tell us, and so we were able to work with the sending district to get the information so we could get the student taken care of. And that really started at, I think it was on a Thursday or Friday. We were still, Ms. Gales and I were talking over the weekend and had a plan for what does that need to look like on Monday, right? So we
several times.
yeah, that happens, you know, I mean, and I don't know, it's intentional. Sometimes parents have a lot going on. So I don't mean it's malicious intent, but it does happen.
Well, thank you for this presentation. I loved how detailed it was, and I think it's great for us to have a refresher very often on what we serve to our students. So thank you for everything that you
Thank
do.
you. Thank you for the questions. Anybody else? Again, I appreciate the support that you've always provide and the questions, and always happy to answer any of them. We're a work in progress, but at the end of the day, that we want students, all students, regardless of what program they're in, to be successful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all you do. All right. We will move on to item number 15, map testing for middle school.
So I know this was asked for some information, so I included in your packet an invoice for what the cost would be for that, and then just kind of shared some conversations with where we are. We are kind of at a weird spot here, knowing that when the new STAR version comes out, we know that diagnostic exams like MAP are not going to be allowed anymore. And so we're kind of at this weird crossroads of, because there's lots of rumors that the new version is going to be a lot like MAP, may even be MAP. And so getting on that train early could be a good thing, but also on the other side, it is a lot of change in the way we do things, a lot of practices. And are you going to change and then turn back around and have to change again in 2 years? You know, those are some of the conversations there. Curriculum department is ready to answer questions on anything you guys want to ask there. We are really kind of 6, 7? No, sorry. So, you know, I think there's pluses and minuses to both sides of this. We've seen that we get some good results, but I do think we have to be very deliberate about how we do that to make sure that we're getting good results, and then we're putting that into some sort of practice that actually benefits the students and not just testing them more.
So the question is, are we getting results that are successful, and is it providing the tools our teachers need to help with the kids in their education? And I've heard several board members in private and, you know, even from the diocese talk about how well that MAP testing was working. So I understand the dilemma, but it seems like if it's given a tool that helps the teachers focus on issues, then it's probably our big focus. We should be looking at it and doing it.
As far as testing, would this replace a test, or, because I don't want to add a test to?
So that's a great question. Currently, no, there's not a test that it would replace. We are using IXL at the middle school level in grades 6 through 8 in reading and math. It does have a diagnostic component that is embedded in it, but it's not the same length, and it's not a 3-cycle assessment the way MAP is. So while it would replace that first cycle where the diagnostic occurs, there's not a middle of the year and an end of the year associated. So this would be new testing.
While you're up there, could I ask you a question?
Always.
Do you think that the MAP test would help us raise scores in middle school?
Again, your crystal ball may be better than mine, and I think that's, you know, the point that Mr. McIntyre made with us not knowing what the assessment is going to look like when the redesign hits in 28, knowing that this assessment in particular will no longer be allowed. I can't say. You know, I think we saw in our first year of implementation at elementary, we had a lot of learning that had to occur. I think we have seen better results in the second year, but I think Ms. Nix would testify that there was a pretty heavy lift that went into that in terms of training for staff, in terms of training for administrators, and even training in our own department, and whether that's going to give us the value that we've seen at elementary at the secondary level on that short of a time frame. So I say, I'm not making a strong recommendation. I do like MAP. I do think it's a very good assessment. I do very much hope if TEA is listening, or if Mr. Morath is listening, that that's the direction we go for the new assessment in 2028. I'd put my stake behind it. But not knowing that, I can't stand here and tell you that, yes, that is absolutely what I want, and I absolutely believe it's going to be beneficial to students in the long term, because I know that there's likely to be an implementation lag with any program that we bring in new.
A state legislator told me that it was going to be like MAP testing.
But it could be another.
State legislator told me they were going to give teachers $10,000 raises last year too, but I didn't see that happen.
Well, I'm just giving you what I heard.
Right, it's going to be like, but being like and being the same thing is different.
I'm
because,
not saying
you know,
that.
the state's already released what they call interim assessments, and those are you know, assessments that can be used that are 3-cycle assessments. We've piloted them in some areas. We've not seen them be that reflective of student performance at the end of the year, at least what the state has given us that we've been able to get data from, which is why we've chosen not to implement them. So we try to be judicious when we decide to bring a new program in. I do understand that MAP gives very good visibility. I like that. I like the fact that it's very easy to see. It's color-coded. It lets you see exactly where students are placing. We do get some of that from the IXL diagnostic that we administer. It's not as robust. It does not go as deep as MAP does into prerequisite skills, and it doesn't have that same level of national comparison. It is nationally compared, but only nationally compared to IXL itself, which is a much smaller sample size than the, what is it, Ms. Nix, 22 million students currently, I believe it's 22 million, don't quote me on that are currently taking that MAP assessment. So it's a much larger pool to gather data from.
The new
assessments that TEA will be rolling out, those start next academic year, correct?
2028,
Those are the following.
yes. So we would have the 26, 27, and 27, 28 school year, and then 28, 29 is when the assessment redesign
Could
would come
we
up.
postpone making this decision
27,
until
28, excuse
later
me.
this summer?
I'm sorry.
That maybe we get, oh, sorry.
Sorry,
What was that?
Ms. Nix corrected me. They will be in the 27, 28
That's what I
school year.
thought.
Correct.
So, okay,
So it would really be 1 year.
Okay, so could we, as a board, like postpone this decision as close as we can? Because I know you guys have to plan if we do adopt it for middle school for implementation. Could we even wait a month or two that maybe we'll get more information on that assessment? On the new TEA one?
Have
Or
they
no?
said, I mean, we're not going to hear anything on that till what? December, January of next year, I'm betting, before we get anything that's actionable.
The first, I mean, even the accountability system update is not being presented to us until May. And so,
It's not possible.
yeah. You
I
just-
would still, because currently we don't have a recommendation, because we don't know enough of the direction we're going. And another thing is, I don't want to keep adding on more tests just because we want to try something new. I want to be a little more deliberate about what we do. So I'm good with waiting and seeing if we get more information and try to figure out what direction we can go.
Does iExcel, that's correct, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does iExcel give us
Frustration of not knowing what the state's gonna do, but I just hate to see us lose time if we need the analytics. But if we don't, if you're saying that, hey, what we got is working, then okay. But, if it helps us improve the students' performance, and, I think it's a small price to pay.
Agreed, but I would keep the same response that I gave to Cindy when she asked. I don't believe that the timeframe's there with certainty for me to make that recommendation. Like you said, I've come to you, I've talked to you about things that I believe strongly in. This is not one that I would make the recommendation that it would be beneficial at this point with the information that we have.
Any more questions?
Have you had any discussion, like with any staff? Do any of them feel like, you know what, yes, I could make small groups or base my tutoring off this? Have you heard anything like that? Or the staff kind of feels similar to what you're saying?
I've not had any staff members reach out requesting the product, and I've not solicited input because it's not something that we were considering.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Anything else on that? If no motions, we'll move on to item number 16, elementary grade level organizational models.
So the question was brought up about how we currently model our elementary classrooms. I provided in your packet a chart that kind of shows how we do those grade level patterns, showing that in pre-K, K, and 1, we are self-contained. We moved this last year in second grade to running pairs, and except for in the areas where we have an odd number of teachers on a campus, and then we're running pairs with one self-contained, where we look for that person who has the best ability to function in that self-contained group and has the best level of knowledge. And so that was the first year we've done that. Until this last year, we were self-contained in second grade. This was a switch that was proposed by the curriculum department when we had our big meeting last year, and y'all asked for some strategies and some things we wanted to pursue. And so that's when it was presented. We did that this year. We have had conversations with our principals, and I think the consensus is pretty clear. Sorry, let me move on. On third grade through third, fourth, and fifth grade, we currently are departmentalized to some extent. And so that sometimes we have some weird pairings based on the number of teachers we have in a particular grade level, but we're definitely departmentalized in third through fourth, or third, fourth, and fifth. In the conversations with our principals, and they're here and prepared to answer any questions you guys have, the consensus has been on the emails back to me, fourth, fifth, and sixth grade, third, fourth, and fifth grade, 100% that we believe those should remain departmentalized. Pre-K, K1, 100% we believe should be self-contained. second grade is the middle ground. It is the ground where we have some different opinions. We have some different thoughts on what's going on to that. The overarching answer that I got back from the elementary principals was that we feel like even some of them that thought maybe self-contained was better because of the younger, we just switched this year. Probably not a good idea just to keep flopping back and forth, and maybe we should actually run the program long enough to see if the switch is going to make a difference or not. I did go out on our Academy Day and get to visit with all of our second grade ELAR teachers because they were all in a room together, and had a conversation with them. 14 of them in the room. 12 of the 14 says that after this year, they would want to stay departmentalized in second grade or in the pairs as they are this year. Yes, that they have twice as many kids that they get to have contact, but they're teaching half as many subjects, which makes their prep time easier, workload a little easier. And so of those, it was interesting that of the 2 that said they preferred self-contained, one of them is in that weird model where we have an odd number of teachers, and she is still teaching self-contained this year. So she has never even experienced the departmentalized part of it. She's always been self-contained, so she likes what she knows. So that's kind of the feedback we've got from teachers and staff. Our recommendation is to continue with the staffing model that we currently have in place, at least for one more year, and then we can reevaluate once we see the results from second grade testing.
Any questions, concerns?
First of all, thank you for talking to our staff. That's great to already have that feedback to begin with. I know when I taught, I had a different experience. I taught second grade self-contained, and it was great. And then in third grade, we got the chance to flex group. So the third graders kind of got ready for that departmentalized life in fourth and fifth grade. I think that it wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't think that we should be flopping back and forth either. But I do think that maybe our principals could have the choice, if they see fit on their campus, that this may work better for, let's say, second or third grade, that they have the freedom to do that based on the campus needs. That's it. But it seems like you say that most of the principals kind of came to the same consensus. I think just in the future of one of them was to say, hey, I think this group of teachers would do great if they stay self-contained, to give them that opportunity to do that.
And I will say that the grade line guidelines that we've showed you here, in my time in the curriculum department before moving here, we very often had conversations, well, with this group of teachers we have, I know this says we should have a group of 3, but that's not a good plan, and we need to make some adjustments. So we're always open to having conversations with the principals when it comes to that, and whatever they feel is best will be taken into consideration.
Love that. Yeah, as long as we continue to do that, I think, listen to the principals and base it off the needs of that campus.
Only if you're wanting to change. If not, we can move forward.
I got a motion? No. If not, we'll move on to item number 17, board workshops.
I wrote an explanation in your books about the board workshops.
Rest, sir, rest. Save your breath, I got this.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to add this to our agenda because I think, I started looking at other districts, of course, and I started kind of just comparing, and really just something that's brought to my attention is there's a lot of topics sometimes that we have, and I think sometimes they require a lot more time and attention. And for example, like the presentation that Ms. Fuller did, it was amazing, and I kind of wish it just wasn't so late in the night, so we could just be fully alert and give you more of what you deserve.
Maybe we shouldn't have took the bathroom break. We'd had some more time.
Hey, it was 5 minutes, and you guys all, really. So it's just things like that I, as a board, I want us to come together and kind of just, in order, I think, to make better decisions for our community, I want us to be able to spend the time to really fully dive into learning, like the SPED program. Even, I thought the agenda item 16, I kind of thought that was going to take us a while, and it didn't, thankfully. But things that kind of you foresee before us, and hey, this is going to be like a whole presentation that my staff is putting a lot of time into. Let's
make this a special or a workshop? I know there's special sessions and then,
And I will say one other part that'll be coming back into play is some of you have mentioned that you're going to actually go to TASB training that has larger deals instead of the small sections we've had. You know, one plus side is that when you go to those, there's also big level training for all board members on all of these kind of topics there that you can choose from. So if there's something you're wanting to know more about, you can do that. But we have no problem if there's a topic that the board wants to come together for another meeting to have a workshop. We can do that at any time, as long as we've got the consensus of the board that that's something they feel is worth their time.
and with that too, you know, there's, right, the SPED program is like one thing, right? But then the way that our district runs it is maybe different from other
Agreed.
districts. So just stuff like that, that I think that we have very specific, I really had like 15 questions and I cut them in half, just so you know.
But I,
So-
but I just think the big trainings, my point there is sometimes that will clear up some of the misconceptions about what is legally required and what is our choice.
That's fair, yeah, I think a lot of it for sure, educating ourselves, taking our time aside, and then for things that you know, you say for us to come together and see what we want, but it's kind of hard, because how do we have those, we can't have those conversations
No, but
outside of.
we can, if you have a topic that you think is worthy of a meeting, you can send that to me at any given time, and I can send that out to see if there's an interest of the board and a time that they would like to have that meeting.
And then as far as like upper admin also, I want them to feel, I'm sure they do, feel welcomed or invited to say, hey, I think the board kind of needs to have a deeper understanding of this before making this decision. So that's kind of, I want it to go both ways, is all I'm asking.
Yeah, so.
The other benefit is, we also educate the public.
Okay.
They get to hear it too.
Yeah, so one thing to keep in mind, we can always go to Mac and ask them some of those questions that we need to educate ourselves in, and maybe we won't have some of those issues, and our questions that we have we won't have as many. But also, do we have a limit on when we can have those board agendas as far as meetings?
So based on the new policy, you know, any board agenda that's a formal meeting, they did change that with this last session, that those are supposed to take place outside of the workday, and they still have to be recorded and be public sessions.
Right.
So.
But we can have.
Correct.
But some of those wouldn't be we wouldn't need staff. Well, I guess all depending on.
Probably will need to have staff at a lot of them, depending
Yeah.
on what the subject is, but probably not all staff.
Right.
It just depends on, I know I sent you before, because I had sent it in late originally, I had sent y'all an email with like a bunch of different districts, their links, and that if y'all can just forward that to the rest of the board so they can kind of see what I'm talking about, and they can see what, I mean, they have a workshop, it looked like at least once a month, so they had like this meeting, and then they had a workshop actually before. So I kind of just want to do the best that we can, yeah, so we can. I definitely don't want to keep staff every single time, but I don't think it'll require all the staff every single time.
Well, we want their input, yeah.
Some school boards have their workshop before the meeting.
I was gonna say, but we're when can we have?
So they'll do an hour workshop and then go into the meeting.
Yeah, that's something that maybe there can be some collaboration with other people, other leadership. I don't have the answer to this.
I just laugh at that one, Cindy, because we've had the conversation about starting meetings earlier, and we've never been able to move them up any to 6 o'clock, and so I'm not sure how having a meeting before that, or how much more productive we're going to be if we can continue to have meetings from, I don't know, 4 o'clock till midnight.
I guess they're just faster than we are.
Maybe. But we have no problem. I think this is an open discussion, whether it's an additional meeting or however. I think staff has no problem with providing information when the board needs it.
So what are the next steps for this? I hear you, I just don't want this to be a conversation that we have tonight, and then we never have a workshop because we never.
The next step is if you have a topic that you feel is worthy and you would like to have a workshop on, send those to me. I will send out to the rest of the board to see if there's enough interest to host one or not. And if there's not, then we'll work on meeting with you one-on-one with any staff member you need to get the information that you individually need.
And then will you also get feedback from upper admin?
Yes.
It can go both ways.
Yep.
You guys heard him.
All right. Any more questions, concerns on board workshops? We'll move to item number 18, approve changes to the district innovation plan.
So you had a copy of that in your packet. Very small changes really in the District of Innovation Plan, all of them revolving around House Bill 2 regulations. That just has the timeline on when we have to quit using DOI in core or foundation subjects. The board did vote, and we have put in the request for the delay in that implementation, and so that is reflected in the packet. And there's no other substantive changes to the packet. Just need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve the District of Innovation as recommended.
Got a motion for Mr. Kelly,
I'll second.
second from Ms. Sharp. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to item number 19, renewal of TIA designation plan.
So our teacher incentive allotment plan was in your packet as well. Again, a lot of the things that were in here were just having to do with some changes in some laws and some rules. So we have to renew that every 5 years, and so we're at that mark. A lot of it is just a little bit of changing in wording that TRS is requiring us to do as far as how payouts go and those kind of things, and so all of those were highlighted in your packet. This has been placed before the committee, and no substantive changes other than what we proposed.
When you said this was put in front of the committee, who was included on that committee?
We did this with the district site-based committee, so it's filled with mostly teachers, but we also have parents, a couple administrators. Correct. The same people that did the site-based committee.
I did have a question. On page 2 of this, with all the names and stuff on there, were these all of the original people on the committee? Is that why that's there?
Yes, so we left
Okay.
on there the original people that formed the original package at the very beginning, and then
Okay.
later on, you have the people that were there for the renewal committee. So you can see who was involved.
Because,
It looks good.
yeah. Oh, no, I was a little confused by that because I saw several names on there. I'm like, okay, they don't live here anymore. So that's why I was a little confused by it. But no, leave them on there if they're the originals.
I'll make the motion. Are we there? Are we there? Can I make?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
To approve it as presented.
Got a motion from Ms. Sharp,
I'll second it.
second from Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 20 is going to be executive session. Well, we need a motion first, right?
You need to go ahead and read
Okay.
what the code is and then ask for the motion.
Item number 20, we'll now move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, discussion of personnel. I got a motion? A motion, Mr. Campbell?
I second.
Second, Ms. Darling. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We'll move into executive session at 10:34.
No, do you gonna have any questions for any of them?
We got personnel. Well, we got personnel in the executive. Yeah. I guess we'll wait and see.
Tell me.
Does anybody, does any board member have a problem with releasing personnel for tonight? Have a good day. Appreciate you guys. Get some sleep. Join the executive session. We'll move on to item number 21, consider and take action on any matters addressed in executive session.
I'll make a motion to approve A and B as discussed.
Got a motion from Ms. Sharp.
Executive session.
Can we do those as two separate ones? I apologize.
I'll make a motion to extend the central and campus administrators' contracts as discussed in executive session.
Thank you.
Got a motion from Ms. Sharp.
Second.
Second from Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Any other motions?
I'll make another motion to extend the central and campus administrators' pay scales as discussed in executive session.
Got a motion from Ms. Sharp. I got a
Second it.
Second from Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Entertain another motion. Oh.
We need to
Well,
table,
we
I
gotta-
need a
yeah.
motion to table staffing model definitely to the next meeting.
Definitely or indefinitely?
Definitely, right?
Okay.
I'll make that motion. Do I got a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Quay, second by Ms. Sharp. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Make a motion to adjourn.
Don't need a motion.
We don't.
No further business. We're done.
We'll adjourn. Thank you.